All right, guys, welcome to the video. This is Leviticus Rich here. I'm sure you've seen the title. This is my How to Get a Girlfriend full course. This is only going to be available, I shouldn't say only, but this is primarily going to be put on YouTube. It's completely free, no sign up or anything required. The reason why I'm making this, a few reasons. One reason is because I see a lot of information out there in some of the current dating coach space, and I see some stuff in sort of the red pill space, and some of the things they say I think is very valuable and I think is very good. A lot of the stuff I see is garbage. Some of it's kind of like women hating type stuff. Some of it's a bit misogynistic. Some of it's just wacky and just completely, I don't know where they get it from, but it's not practical. And the reason why I wanted to make this video is to kind of give my take on how to find a girlfriend and also add as much practical information as possible. Things you can actually go out and do today that'll get you from point A to point B. Almost like, how do I put it? My goal from you watching this video is you can start today, go from wherever you are if you want a girlfriend, and by the end of watching this video, you'll have all the steps from point A to point B on how to get a girlfriend successfully and a good quality girlfriend. So that's the main reason why I'm making this video. Part of the motivation is because back when I was in college, I was terrible with girls completely, to the point where I was super anxious, couldn't even make eye contact with girls, would stutter all the time. It was actually quite bad. So I understand that to some degree. A lot of guys out there are struggling with finding a girlfriend. I know it's a weird dating market nowadays. It's very difficult. A lot of times to even get the attention of a lot of girls, especially with Instagram and social media and basically the whole dating marketplace being worldwide. It's a bit complicated. I understand that. So I'm hoping that this video will help people. Now, with that being said, like I said, this is a free course, so to speak. It's going to be long. In my hand, I have my phone because I have a huge outline of stuff I want to cover. As you can tell, it's not going to be polished. It's not going to be super edited. This might not have any cuts at all. And it will most likely be long. It might be about 2 to 4 hours. So feel free to skip around. I'm going to do my absolute best in YouTube to have chapters so you can kind of see where everything is. And I'll probably try to put like a timeline maybe in the description. But yeah, my goal is to, like I said, by the time you watch this video, from point A to point B, if you're a complete average dude that's never even talked to a girl, hopefully get you from, being where you are today to getting a girlfriend. First thing I want to start with, and like I said, I'm going to be looking at this a lot. So if I pause and look at this, that's why. I'm not cutting it out because it's a free course and yeah, it's free. So, the value's in the information, not in the fancy editing. So yeah, a few years ago, I used to practice what is called pickup. At the time, it was called pickup. If you've ever heard of like Mystery or some of the pickup artists, Neil Strauss, it was basically a bunch of dudes who were unsuccessful with girls, and they would go out and try to sleep with girls. And they had different like psychological tactics they used, a lot of different techniques. And at the time, I tried to learn that because I was desperate to get a girlfriend. And when I say desperate, I mean I was desperate to get a girlfriend. Not like desperate, like do anything creepy desperate, but like I really wanted a girlfriend. Especially because I went to like Penn State and everyone around me had girlfriends. It was very easy for a lot of people to talk to girls, especially when you're like single and you see everyone around you just like constantly talking to girls. Like it's weird. There's this thing called the reticular activating system, and you kind of just notice certain things. Like you filter out other things you see, and you only focus on specific things. It's kind of like when you buy a new car or when you're interested in a certain car, all you see on the road is that specific type of car. It was the same thing. So when you're kind of like super lonely, you feel lonely, you kind of just see everyone with their girlfriends, and you feel really bad about it, and you feel kind of upset and sad and like depressed about it. So that's what started me looking for, whatever I could to try to talk to girls. And then, of course, you start Googling things, you start listening to podcasts, you try to read books. One thing leads to another. And you, at the time, learned about pickup because that was the thing that was popular back when I was in college. So the first thing I want to say is I think as a guy, one of the things you should understand is what I call, it's just basic game. And everyone has their own different interpretation of what game truly is. They have their own interpretation of what is game, how to use game, does it exist, whatever. My idea of game is you're going from being, it's kind of like sales almost. Like in sales, you have a cold lead, and your goal is to get them from a cold lead to a warm lead to a hot lead. And then when they're hot, that's when they are ready to buy. And a good salesman is able to get a person from being cold to being hot. And I feel like it's the same concept with dating. To be honest, I feel like a lot of stuff in dating is like sales. You're really just selling yourself. That's effectively what game is. You're selling yourself. You're trying to get a girl who's cold to go from cold to hot, and hopefully do whatever you please, but for the sake of this video, get a girlfriend. So I think that's what game is. As a side note, one thing I bring up a lot in some other videos, and I've said this on like Facebook and social media, and people disagree with me. Girls disagree with me. Guys usually don't. I always say girls don't have game. And it's a very controversial statement. But the reason why I say this is because if we're talking about girls getting male attention and attracting men, I think most guys are, if we're looking at it from like a sales perspective, most guys are hot leads by default. Most guys are pretty easy for a girl to get. It doesn't matter what the girl looks like. Doesn't matter what she says. It really doesn't matter. It's she'd have to work hard to almost disqualify herself. But for the most part, every guy she meets is a hot lead. Warm at worst. Usually hot by default. Hot lead by default. But on the other hand, I think it's the exact opposite when it comes to girls. I think most girls have their guard up. Most girls have their barrier up. So for a guy, for the most part, and I'll get into stuff, later on, like status and things that make you pre-qualified that might start you off as a warm lead or even a hot lead. But for the most part, I would say most people are cold leads going into it. Basically, game is you getting a girl from cold to hot, which I would say she is cold by default. And I feel like in general, depending on who you talk to, there's like a whole thing about game is just how you behave with girls, understanding female nature, all that stuff. And I do think that's a big part of game. I'll give some insights in this video, but I think in general, what game is getting someone from cold to hot, like you're in sales. So hopefully that makes sense. Basically, you're trying to get the girl to go from get the fuck away from me to, oh my God, I love you, or oh my God, at least I'll go on a date with you. I think that's good game. And like I said, there's some stuff that'll make you warm in a sense, or even hot in a sense as a lead. But there's some things you can do to go from cold to hot, some actions you can take, some steps you can take, and I'm going to cover those in this video. Now, I will say, before I get too deep into the video, like I said, the whole idea of this video is to help you go from step A to B, from being some average guy or maybe being above average or wherever you are without a girlfriend to getting a girlfriend. But I want to say that the biggest question I want to ask before we get into this is, do you even want a girlfriend? Do you even need a girlfriend? I bring this up just because back in the past when I didn't have a girlfriend, the only thing I thought about was having a girlfriend. Like you'd meet a girl and you kind of get this feeling that like, yeah, you somehow envision your life with her forever, almost as if you're going to marry her, like the first girl that expresses any interest in you. And when you see other people with like a girlfriend, or when you see people, other couples, other people in relationships, it's almost that grass is greener mentality. You think to yourself like, oh man, it'd be nice to have that. It'd be so like warm and cozy there and such a nice feeling. Like I'm missing out on that. I would challenge you to sit there and really dig deep and ask yourself, do you really want a girlfriend, and do you really need a girlfriend? Before we get into anything in the video, before we get into any tactics, any steps, truly sit there and ask yourself, do you actually want a girlfriend? Because to be honest, I would say most guys probably don't really want a girlfriend, nor do they need a girlfriend. Most guys, I think, I could be completely wrong, most guys I think are just fucking horny. I think it's like I see some guys and they'll meet a girl and they'll say like, oh man, I love this girl. Like, how do you love her? You barely know her. No, dude, she's so perfect. There's just something about her. It's like, no, bro, you just want to fuck her. That's what it is. You want to sleep with her. Like, let's be real. Let's keep it real. You want to sleep with her. And I think that's cool. I think that's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that feeling. You're a dude. You're if you're watching this, you're probably a heterosexual male. You probably want to sleep with girls. That's completely fine. But I think a lot of dudes confuse lust with love, and they think love means I should have a girlfriend. And of course, there's a whole thing of, when something's not present, you want it that much more. Does that make sense at all? Like, if you live in like a shack in the woods and you see someone like in a nice apartment, you're going to want that nice apartment. And then when you get into the apartment, you'll see someone in like a house and you'll want the house. And then once you get into the house, you'll see someone in a penthouse or like a mansion, and you're going to be like, and you sit there and you'll be like, oh yeah, I want that. Same with cars. If you're a dude watching this, maybe you have like a beat down car or just some basic car. Maybe you want a better car. You're in your basic Honda Civic and you see like someone like Andrew Tate or some millionaire. Jeff Bezos doesn't really drive nice cars to my knowledge, but picture like just some billionaire, some millionaire, whoever your favorite influencer is. Ty Lopez driving his Lamborghini or Ferrari or whatever, and you sit there and you're like, man, it'd be nice to have that car. Like, if I had that car, A, B, and C would happen. Girls would look at me a certain way. Guys give me respect. And I think the reality of it is no one cares. It won't change anything at all. I say this because I had a Hyundai Tucson, and I didn't buy the car for other people. I bought it for myself. But I bought a Camaro, a Chevy Camaro. And again, I bought it for myself. I wanted it. But no one really cared in the grand scheme of things. Some people do, like little kids and stuff like that. They'll react a bit different. And like teenagers and stuff like that. People in high school, like teenage guys will care. They're like, oh, cool car, man. But in the grand scheme of things, no one really cares. It doesn't change much. You won't get girls with a car. You won't get girls like clothing. You won't. It's just a grass is greener mentality. So I feel like you should drop that to begin with, and really evaluate if you really want a girlfriend. Yeah, like I know a lot of dudes. I've had some friends who were single for a long time, and they act as if having a girlfriend will make them happy. And they kind of have this thing where like they might have money, and they might have like a friend or two that's cool, and they'll sit there, and they'll say like, oh, I want a girlfriend, man. Like, if I had a girlfriend, things would be different. Things would change. Or they act as if having a girlfriend would make them super happy. They're like, yeah, I want to go out and date, but I'm just too shy. I'm not confident enough. I don't think that's the case. I don't think having a girlfriend is going to make your life any better. I don't think it'll improve anything. I think in the short term, sure. When things are new, when things are novel, you feel good. You feel great about it. It's a dopamine hit. But I think in the grand scheme of life, in the grand scheme of things in general, having a girlfriend won't change your life that much, in my opinion. I think there's the odd occasion where, well, I shouldn't say odd, if you find a good girl, I think it is possible to find a girlfriend that really does change your life, in the sense that she brings a lot of value to your life that's long-term and tangible. And in that case, it can change your life because it could keep you on an upward trajectory, which you hopefully should already be on an upward trajectory, but having a good girlfriend will keep you on that upward trajectory. But really, if you were already on an upward trajectory, which you should be, the girlfriend probably won't. She might help, but she shouldn't be changing your life, I would say, ultimately. I think it's up to you to be the own force that changes your life. Does that make sense at all? So if you're expecting a girl to make you happy or change your life exponentially or dramatically, I wouldn't bank on it. I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, and another thing too, I have this in my notes. Don't let seeking a girlfriend replace seeking purpose or long-term goals. I bring this up because one of the things that always pisses me off about dudes, and I've seen this happen a lot. I've had a lot of my friends do this. They'll have goals, or they'll have things that they want to do in life, and they'll meet a girl, and the girl might want the exact opposite of what they want. I won't name any specific people for the most part. I have some stories later on, and I probably will name specific people that don't watch my videos. But I had a buddy of mine, a really good friend of mine, and me and him would sit there and talk about all the cool things we want to do. We wanted to be entrepreneurs. We wanted to start a business. We had business ideas that we were trying to work on together. So many ideas. And he had a girlfriend, and his girlfriend was not entrepreneurial minded at all, which is fine. She doesn't have to be. But she also wasn't directly supportive of him being entrepreneurial. It was almost as if the thing, like, she wanted a certain lifestyle, kind of like the almost traditional buy a house, have kids, white picket fence, dog in the yard type of setup. And I think to a degree he wanted that a little bit, but I also think he wanted to live a certain lifestyle a bit longer. He wanted that entrepreneurial lifestyle. He wanted to start his own thing, prove to himself that he could do it, make money. Because I feel like a lot of people, when they, a lot of people, especially nowadays, when they want to be an entrepreneur, they want money is really what it comes down to. They want money, they want a lifestyle, they want freedom. And I think he wanted all those things. And she didn't really want that. And she didn't seem like she wanted that for him. And eventually things kind of happened and she kind of derailed him. And I don't really talk to him anymore. Last time I talked to him, they just kind of lived, in like New York or whatever. I'm not saying they have a bad life, but it's just a very basic life. It's nothing special. It's just average life. And so I bring that up just because I feel like a lot of dudes, they get the girlfriend and they feed into what the girlfriend wants. And they end up just doing everything she says. They end up bending to her will. And in game and pickup and all this stuff, they call that frame. And basically the idea of frame is you need to have a certain view of your life and how your life is going to be run. And the whole idea is you need to bring her into your frame. You are a train on a track. She can ride on the train or she can get off. That's basically how frame kind of works. And a lot of dudes, what they do is they're the train and they're on a certain track and the girl gets on and she switches the track and they go in an opposite direction or they go in some completely different direction. The direction, not the intended direction, some other direction. Don't do that. Have purpose, have your own goals. The girl that you do find should add value to whatever goal you had in mind. I'm not saying she can't contribute. I'm not saying she can't have ideas. I am saying that you have a goal, you have a purpose, you need to stick to that goal, you need to stick to that purpose and not let your girlfriend derail you. Did not let any girls derail you. So many dudes let themselves get derailed or distracted by their goals. And it's just, I'm going to get more into this later on, but I think the downside of that, in my personal opinion, and again, all these things I'm going to say in this whole course is all my personal opinion. A lot of it's based on my experiences, trying to do pickup, trying to date. And I went on a lot of dates back when I was in college, like a ton of dates. That's like literally all I fucking wanted to do is go on dates. I wanted to find a girlfriend. I was desperate to get a girlfriend. So this is where a lot of these insights are coming from. What I have found is that a lot of times, if you have a girlfriend or if you're even dating somebody like casually, not like serious, like there's no title, once you start listening to what she says, and again, I'm not saying, there's nuance to this. Don't never listen to your girl. I'm not saying never listen to her. The point I'm making is that once you start listening to everything she says, once you start bending to her will, I find that she begins to lose interest in you. And I feel like she almost begins to lose respect for you. And then once that happens, to me, the relationship is pretty much finished anyway. So my thing is like, if you have a goal, look, you think you're going to lose the girl by following your goal, and you might in some cases, but your goal should be so important that no matter what, even if you lost every single girl on the planet, your goal should be so important that it doesn't even fucking matter. That's the way I see it. And I think a lot of dudes, they have a goal to get the girl, and once they get the girl, they abandon the goal, and because they abandon the goal, they lose the girl. So my thing is like, just keep the goal. Keep the girl. Keep the goal. If you keep the goal, you probably will keep the girl. And if you don't keep the girl, who cares? She's not the right girl. That's the way I see it. So, yeah. Keep your purpose. Don't derail yourself for a girl. Like I said, we're barely into the video. So this is going to be a long fucking video. So stay tuned for this. Yeah. There's one thing I want to bring up too, before we get into the whole like tactics of everything. I have a philosophy. I think you should be someone who is the chooser, not someone who is chosen. So what do I mean by that? I think a lot of dudes are chosen by their girl, but they're not choosing their girl. A lot of dudes I meet, they put themselves in positions where girls, their girlfriend or whoever they're dating, their girlfriends, let's say, or their wives, dictate everything about their lives. And the reason why they dictate everything about their lives is because the guy was never in a position where he could choose a girl. He let his girl choose him, which means he has no leverage in the relationship at all. And since he has no leverage, she can dictate all the terms. If she wants to leave, she can leave. If she wants to do something, she can do it. He can't do what he wants, but she can do whatever she wants. And I'm not saying you need to be some psychopath guy that doesn't let his girl, go out or do whatever. I don't think that's healthy. In my personal opinion, I know some guys do that where they're really like protective over their girl. I get why they do it. I'm not even saying that's bad. I would personally wouldn't do that. I don't think it's necessary. But I think one of the worst things to do before you even get into the relationship is not be in a position where you can choose a girl. And I'm going to get into reasons why later on in this video. But yeah, do not be someone who is chosen by a girl. Be someone who can choose a girl. Be the kind of guy who could, in theory, date 5 or 10 girls at one time, or at least be interested in 5 to 10 girls at one time. And you meet one out of the 10 that you're talking to. One of them is just super cool, super interesting, adds so much value to your life that you say, you know what? I think we'd be a good match together. And she says yes. I think that's the way you want to be in a relationship. Most guys aren't like that. Most guys are just kind of, they just do stuff. They meet a girl randomly. They meet at a party. They hook up. The chemicals, the bonding chemicals, the oxytocin, all that stuff kicks in. They figure, you know what? Let's stick it out. Let's stay together. The guy in his mind, he's like, she's the best I'm going to get. So he stays with her. The girl might think he's the best she's going to get, or I don't know what she might be thinking. She might have all kinds of crazy thoughts. Or maybe she just, she's bonding because of the chemicals. Whatever. And they stay together. And ultimately, because she's a girl, like I said earlier in the video, when it comes to girls, every guy is effectively a hot lead. So she can always find a new guy. It's much more difficult for a dude to find a new girl, especially if you don't have game, especially if you don't know how to find a girlfriend. You're fucked, because if she leaves, you're going to be unhappy. You're going to be depressed. And I know this because I've been there. I've been that kind of guy where some girl chooses me and she wouldn't be my first pick, but I didn't really have any other options. I didn't really know how to get another girl. So she picks me and I settle and I fall into it. And I'm like, it is what it is. And then she eventually gets bored or whatever. She breaks up or she decides to ghost or leave. And then you feel depressed and unhappy because you're like, oh man, what the hell? She just left out of nowhere. I think that goes away if you're the kind of guy who can find other girls, or at least deep down that you have the means of finding another girl. So, like I said, to reiterate, be the one who's a chooser. Don't be the kind of guy who's simply chosen. All right. So, first thing I want to get into, the setup. Now, I think you have to kind of set up your life, at least to a minimal degree, to get a girlfriend. I think if you're the kind of guy, well, I think when it comes to dating in general, one of the good things about dating is that it kind of forces you to really improve yourself. And I think the whole idea of men self-improving is really what you should be after. A lot of people mention the game, and they talk about all the tactics that Neil Strauss and Mystery and all those guys use to pick up girls. And I think some people miss the point. There's another point in the book. One point in the book, which I'll get into later on, is that you don't find fulfillment through girls. I think a lot of dudes that date a lot, or even can go on dates a lot or date consistently, they all eventually realize that girls are a black hole. They're infinite girls. That's something else I'm going to get into later on in the video. Girls are infinite. Girls are pretty abundant. You can't run out of girls. And if you're the kind of guy who's always just taking all of his time to chase girls, hunt girls, always going out on the weekends, just trying to look for girls, just trying to get sex, I don't know, man. I think it's a vaporous existence. I don't think it'll work out well. I'm not saying that you shouldn't want to date. I'm not saying you shouldn't want to sleep with girls. You're a heterosexual male. That's part of your biology. That's part of your wiring. That's completely fine. But I don't think that men should dedicate so much of their time just to get girls. I think it's good to date to find a good partner that's valuable to your life and that adds value. But the whole idea of just going around and sleeping with a bunch of girls endlessly, as some people call it in the red pill community, spinning plates, I think doing that too long is just nonsense. I think it's garbage. I don't think it leads to anything. And I think when you read some of these books like The Game, one of the biggest things that they talk about is self-improvement. They talk about making yourself just a better man. And I think in the long run, part of the setup of dating is that if you just improve yourself, by default, you'll be better than most guys anyway, because most guys don't improve themselves. So by default, if you're going to the gym, if you're working out, if you're working on your money, one of the things I preach in this whole YouTube channel is the idea of the better life. I have a program called the Better Life Blueprint. Quick plug, you should go check it out. There's a link in my description. But the thing you want to do as a guy is have a high quality lifestyle. Now, exactly what that lifestyle looks like will be different for every man. But 3 things you need, 3 things you must have is you must have your health on point. You must be socially adept, I would say, to a degree. You must be able to communicate with people, install positive emotions in people when you're interacting with them. You have to be a kind of person that's likable. I think that's a must. And you must have your money on point to a degree. I'm not saying you have to be rich. You don't have to be, billionaire or millionaire. I don't even think you have to have 6 figures, to be honest. But you have to be at least financially well off to the point where you're comfortable and you're living below your means, not above your means, which is what most people do. I think most people live above their means. So, part 1 of this whole course is the setup. You need to have your life set up so that way you are the kind of guy that a girl wants. And I would say, again, this is what I bring up in my Better Life Blueprint program. The very first thing you should be doing, go to the gym, get in shape. That's the very first thing you should be doing. And the reason why I say that's the first thing you should be doing is it's not even for the girl. Like, I'm not saying you need to get ripped because girls only date ripped guys. I'm not saying that at all. I think it helps. I think if you are ripped or if you're in good shape, that's much better than being fat or out of shape. Like right now, I'm in the best shape I've ever been because I've been working a lot and gymming less. But I would say, I don't think you don't need to be ripped. I think if you're the kind of guy who has like 12% body fat, 11, 10, it's pretty good. It's decent. Of course, try to improve, try to get better all the time. But the reason why you want to go to the gym to start is because it'll change your mindset. When you change your body, when you start to make promises with yourself and actually keep the promises, you change your mindset. And then when you change your mindset, your view on reality changes exponentially. When I was in college, and I used to be, so for a little bit of background, I used to be pretty obese. I was really fat when I was younger, pretty out of shape. And it affects your view on yourself. You look at yourself in the mirror and you say to yourself, man, I kind of hate myself. There's something about it. I just don't know what it is. I fucking hate myself. I don't know what it is, but I don't like the way I look. And I think a lot of dudes do that, where like deep down they see themselves in the mirror. They want to look like Superman, but they look like some average Joe, some background NPC character in these like superhero movies that just gets blown up or has their property destroyed or something like that. You don't want to be that guy. You want to look and feel like a superhero in your mind. And so I always say, like, you should go to the gym first. And if you can't go to the gym, that's still no excuse. You can always work out. 20 minutes a day of working out can do a lot in the long run, because really working out is all about just consistency. To get in shape, a lot of it's just consistency. It doesn't need to be complicated. A lot of guys will sell you this marketing stuff. They'll market these programs and make these workouts seem super complicated. Don't make it complicated, man. Just do fucking push-ups, do some sit-ups, go for a run, do some cardio, get a jump rope for 20 minutes a day. It doesn't need to be complicated. Don't make it too complicated. But first things first, part of this ultimate setup to get a girlfriend is you need to begin working out. You need to get in shape. You need to have fitness goals. So I would say the first thing you need to do, go to the gym at least 3 times a week. At least 3 times a week. If you're a beginner, you'll find that you can make good, if you're trying to gain muscle, you'll gain muscle faster when you're a beginner because your body's not used to that stimulus. Your body's not used to the stimuli. So once you begin to work out more, you'll gain muscle faster. They call them newbie gains. I would take advantage of that. When you work out very hard. When you first start out, don't injure yourself, of course. Don't overdo it. Don't overstress yourself, but be consistent. And the consistency is really the hardest part of it all. That's truly what is hard, is staying consistent, making it into a habit, going all the time. Do that 3 times a week. Your mind will change because you'll start to see results. And once you physically see results, you'll feel more positive about yourself. And that positivity can be felt by other people. I know that sounds like spiritual mumbo jumbo or some woo-woo garbage. I don't think it is. I truly think that when you go out into the world and you view yourself in a more positive manner, other people feel that positivity. And other people, it's weird. Like, people reflect that positivity back on you, and it creates a positive feedback loop. You're nice to someone else. You feel positive about yourself. They feel positive about you. And because they're treating you well, you feel better about yourself. It's a positive feedback loop. And so, of course, you start to treat other people with that same kindness. It just keeps coming back around. There's no downside to doing it. So, step 1, go to the gym. Do it 3 times a week. It's for your mindset, for your confidence. And of course, that trickles down. If you're talking to girls, obviously, if you don't feel confident in yourself, she's going to pick up on that and she won't want to talk to you. And I'll get into this later on in the course, but in my opinion, a big part of just girls liking you is you need to be fun. You need to have a fun personality. You need to exude positivity. I don't think girls like to be around negativity. I think girls like to be around positivity. They like to be around fun. They like to be around excitement. Girls like to have a good spark in their emotions. And you can't do that if you feel bad about yourself, because your negative energy, your negative emotions, they pour into other people, and other people pick up on that. As a side note, I was going to say, in humans, they have what's called mirror neurons. As a quick side note, like I said, this course is going to be probably like 4 hours long. It's going to be all over the place. You're not paying for this, so fast forward, rewind, do what you got to do to get the information in. But there's this thing called mirror neurons in humans. And basically, to keep it really simple, we pick up on other people's emotions. We pick up on how other people feel around us when we interact with people. And we almost adopt their emotions. Does that make sense at all? So, for example, if you come into an interaction with somebody and you're very energetic, you're very happy. Have you ever had that happen to you where you meet some dude and he's like super pumped up, he's super stoked, he's super happy, he's got such good energy, he's smiling, he's laughing, and you almost can't help but join in with him. You almost can't help but start laughing with him, start being positive with him. You just can't help it. Like, even just now, as I'm starting to like get more intense in my speaking and I'm starting to psych myself up, I'm looking at myself in the camera and I just realized I just sat up more because I'm getting more intense. I'm getting more positive. It's almost like I'm reflecting my own positivity back at me. But you should be doing the same thing, especially when you're talking to girls. Be positive. Girls pick up on that. Being a Debbie Downer, being negative, talking about negative shit, talking about depressing shit. No one likes that. Guys don't like it. And especially girls. So that's part one. Get your mindset on point. The easiest way to get your mindset, the easiest way to get your confidence on point is to go to the gym, to work out. Second thing I want to cover, money. I mentioned this earlier. You need to improve your finances in some way. I'm not saying you need to be rich. You don't need to have 6 figures. You don't need to be a high earner, but you do need to have your money on point. I think having the money on point for a few reasons is important. When you do try to go on dates, I'm going to get more into the exact step-by-steps on going on dates. And I don't think dating needs to be expensive. I actually encourage you to not spend that much money on dating before you get the girlfriend. But you want to be in a position where you can pay and not feel stressed, obviously. You want to be living below your means. You need to have your money on point so that you're not stressed out by money, is really what it comes down to. Again, people pick up on that. People feel it. And just simply for the sake of your own well-being, why would you want to be broke? Why would you want to feel negative because you don't have money in your bank account? When it comes to money and attracting girls, in my personal opinion, I don't think girls care that much about money. I know, like, sometimes I see some of these red pill videos, and this is one of the things I want to get into about the whole, like, red pill. I see some of these guys, and they say, like, oh, yeah, girls need to have a guy that's 6 feet tall, 6 figures, 6-pack abs, 6-inch member, fill in the blanks. I don't think any of that's true, to be honest. I don't think any of that's true. I'm not saying that they're wrong for expressing that. Like, when I hear red pill guys say that, I get where they're getting it from. I know plenty of girls that say stuff like that. Later on in the course, I'll talk about this, but I don't think as a dude you should take what girls say at face value. I think as a guy, you're more inclined to think that everything a girl says is super logical. Like, I think if you're a guy, the way we communicate with each other is very logical. It's very linear. It's very straightforward. I don't think girls communicate that way in general. I think a lot of girls they communicate more from a position of emotion. And I think a lot of times when they say something, what's a good way to put this? They have a certain idea of how something sounds in their head, but the reality of it doesn't always match up. So, for example, when I bring up the whole idea of money, a lot of girls might say, I need to date a guy that makes 6 figures. And I think a lot of girls don't truly understand. They don't have a grasp on how much money 6 figures is. I don't think a lot of people have a grasp on how much money 6 figures is, or $1 million or $1 billion. But I think what they're thinking is that a 6-figure guy will give me a certain quality of life. He'll be able to provide excitement. I don't think they think that so overtly. But I think deep down subconsciously, that's why they say I need a guy who makes six figures, because six figures simply translates in their subconscious brain as security, fun, high quality lifestyle. But my thing is, you don't need money to do that. If you're creative, you can have a high quality lifestyle. You can have great experiences. You can install excitement without a lot of money. Does that make sense at all? Of course, obviously, if you have a lot of money, then that can make life more exciting and more interesting. Like if you're a millionaire or a billionaire and you want to take your girl to Bali, you can do that because you have the money. You don't have to save up. You can be spontaneous, but I don't think you have to have that to get a girlfriend. And I think initially, especially when you're attracting girls, if you're trying to just get from point A to point B, from not having a girlfriend to getting a girlfriend, you don't need money. I would actually, my personal opinion, I think more guys should stop trying to flaunt money to get girls. I don't think girls give a fuck about money, to be honest. Like, if you're the kind of dude who has, say, even if you have like $200K in your bank account right here and right now, you go up to a girl and say like, oh yeah, I'm rich, I got $200K in my bank account. She doesn't give a fuck. She doesn't care. I've seen guys try this, by the way. I remember a few years ago, actually, this one girl I know, pretty girl, we're out at the bar with her here in One Loudoun, where I live. And this guy comes up to her and he's like, hey, you're really pretty, whatever. I make money. I'll pay your student loans off. She had like $80K in student loans. And he was like, I'll pay your student loans off if you go on a date with me. Some garbage like that. And she didn't care. Like, she didn't care at all. To be honest, I was actually stunned. Because if I was her, I'd be like, yeah, I'll go on $80K for a date. Fuck yeah. I'm not going to like sleep with you. I'm not going to like be your girlfriend, but I'll go on a coffee date. I'll go on a dinner date. Yeah. For $80K. Of course not. Of course I would. I'm high class. I'm high quality. But yeah, like, I don't think girls care. I've seen so many dudes try to like use their money to get girls. I think if you're the kind of guy that does that, you're just going to get yourself finessed. But as far as like actually attracting a girl for the long run, I don't think it's necessary. There's plenty of girls I've tried to date. They don't even know. A lot of times I'll try to date a girl. They don't even know what I do. They don't know anything about like my career. They don't know anything I try to do on YouTube. They don't know anything, they don't know that much about what I do financially, which is fine. I truly don't think girls care. I don't think girls care. For the sake of you and your life, and potentially if you want to have more extravagant dates, which you should want to do in the future, make more money, always be trying to improve. I'm going to keep going back to that because I think self-improvement is the biggest thing you should take away from this course. You should always be wanting to self-improve, not for girls, but for yourself. But when it comes to money, I don't think you need it, to be honest, to attract girls or to have fun. I think if you're a fun person, then girls will just have fun being around you. So yeah, don't believe the whole thing about like you need to have six figures. There's plenty of dudes out there, obviously, that don't have six figures that still get girlfriends. So that doesn't even make sense. If that were the case, then every girl you meet you wouldn't see any girls around you because most dudes don't make six figures. So don't believe it. Don't let that get into your head. Don't let that deter you. You don't need to be rich. You don't need to have six figures to attract women. I mentioned this earlier. Have goals. Have hobbies. I don't like the idea of guys getting hobbies to attract women. I personally think there's something lame about that, and I think girls pick up on it. Like, if you're the kind of dude who, say, for example, plays guitar just to attract girls because you think that girls like guitar players or musicians, one, it's lame. Two, I think I think girls could just pick up on that. I think girls would be like, look, you're just playing guitar to like sleep with me? Like, come on. I think deep down they get like almost disgusted or grossed out by it. I've never seen a dude who picked up a hobby solely to impress a girl actually get a girl. I don't think I've ever seen it happen. I've seen guys try, but I don't think a girl's actually been like, oh yeah, I'll totally like date you because you faked your hobbies, you faked your ambitions. I think girls like genuine ambition. That's just my personal opinion. Don't try to fake hobbies. Don't try to fake interest to impress girls or to attract girls. I don't think it works out in the long run. I think most girls are repelled by it. And I think you're shooting yourself in the foot and hurting yourself in the long run. All right, so fashion. I think this one's a big one. And I'm going to talk a little bit about pickup artist stuff too when it comes to fashion. Coffee break. When it comes to fashion, I think a lot of dudes think that they need to look rich or look fancy. I've seen so many dudes try to get like Gucci or like fake Gucci, or even, just they buy like expensive brand shit. My personal opinion, you don't need any brands at all. I actually don't think girls care about brands that much. I think girls like buying brands for themselves, show off to other girls so they can buy brands. Like a girl with like a Coach bag or like like Michael Kors, something like that, Gucci. I think she likes that because I think for girls it's like a status play almost. Like, oh, I can afford this bag. I'm a high value woman. I'm a high status lady. Whatever. I think for the sake of competition amongst girls, they do that. I think for dudes, I don't think girls care. I don't think girls care about brands that much. Again, if you try to use money to get the girl, I think you're gonna set yourself up to get finessed. Me personally, I'll be completely honest. I'm not going to say I don't put any effort into my clothing. I put very little thought into what I wear each day. My style for the past almost like 10 years is like a t-shirt, jeans, Chelsea boots. If it's fall season or if it's kind of chilly, I wear a leather jacket or a jean jacket. Or sometimes I have like an overcoat now. Sometimes I wear that just because I like overcoats. That's really about it. And I have like Henleys. I think Henleys are good shirts. If you really feel the need to try to like make yourself look more presentable, those are my go-to outfits. I don't think you need that much. Obviously, don't try to change your fashion to impress girls. I think if you have a certain default fashion that you like, keep going with it. I would say if you're a dude, eliminate graphic tees. Again, if you like graphic tees a lot, fucking wear the graphic tee. It's not that big of a deal. But I think in general, if you're a guy, you don't have much fashion sense and you don't know where to start, simple white t-shirt, simple black t-shirt, simple color t-shirt, just a basic color is nice. Some jeans, black or blue. That's all you need. Gray is nice too. Stay away from the white. I'm not saying white jeans aren't good. I'm just saying like white jeans can look weird if you don't pair it well with the right shirt, or with, if your style's not on point. White is just hard to. It's just tough to pair. It gets dirty easily. Don't do white. Just do black or blue. Let's just keep it simple. If it's cold, wear leather jacket. Leather jacket's pretty good because I feel like leather jacket kind of gives off like bad boy vibes, like badass vibes for girls. So if you want to go that route, get the leather jacket. I like leather mainly because I was inspired when I was younger by like rock musicians like Jimi Hendrix, stuff like that. And if you watch a lot of like rock videos, a lot of them wear like leather jackets, stuff like that. That's why I like leather. But I also like jean jackets too. I like, flannels. I like flannels too because I loved a lot of Nirvana. I loved a lot of like the Pearl Jam and the grunge stuff. So that's my style. I'm not saying that flannels are like super unique things to wear. A lot of people wear flannels, of course, but that's just my thing. Wear what's comfortable for you. And I would say the whole idea of comfort is one of the key takeaways. I think if you're comfortable in what you're wearing, again, I think girls can pick up on that. I think if you're trying to impress girls with what you're wearing or what you're buying, it's not going to work. It's funny, actually. I think there's a Macklemore line from the song Thrift Shop. I can't remember the exact lyric, but it's something. It's toward the end of the song. He says something like, "If you're trying to buy a brand," I'm misquoting this completely. I have to like hear the song to like know the exact quote. But basically, like if you're trying to impress girls with a brand, then you're fucking dumb. You're gonna miss. No girl cares. So, I would say if you need to accessorize, necklace is always a great option. And I'm gonna get more into this later on. But I like a necklace because a necklace allows you a necklace and a nice watch and like some accessories on your wrist. I think having those is good because a lot of dudes don't wear accessories. And sometimes earrings, depending on what kind of girl you meet. Some girls like guys with earrings. Accessories on a guy allows you to use what I call shy guy introvert game. And real quick, what is shy guy introvert game? I think I was going to get into this later on, but I'll talk about it now. What is shy guy introvert game? Shy guy introvert game is when you go out and you don't really want to approach girls for whatever reason because you're shy, because you're introverted, but you still want to talk to girls. And this is for like the kind of guys who like don't actually have issues talking to girls, but they have issues approaching girls. And that was me for a while. To this day, I actually don't like approaching girls. I'll still do it if there's a girl nearby or, you know, whatever, and she's attractive, or sometimes you're at the bar and you meet a girl. I'll do it, but I don't like doing it for a few reasons I'll get into later on. But shy guy introvert game is a good way to kind of attract a girl that might already be interested in you. It's a girl that might see you as a warm lead, going back to that whole idea of leads. She might see you as a warm lead, and shy guy introvert game kind of lets her come to you, which I think psychologically is good as well. If she comes to you, that's better. And it allows you to effectively open up a conversation with her. It's almost like having a dog. Like some dudes get dogs, and a dog is good because a dog allows girls to come to them without them putting out much effort. It's a better play. Girls come over, they see the dog. Oh my God, your dog is so cute. And then you can have a conversation with the girl and let it go, you know, whichever way. It's something that you already have in common, something that you're both interested in, something that you can both talk about. Accessories are the same thing. Shy guy introvert game. If you have a nice watch, a lot of things I've seen girls do, because girls don't have game. I've said this earlier in the video. Girls will come over and say like, what time is it? I've had girls do that to me. What time is it? What I would say, and I'm a lot, you know, I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. There's some of these things I'm going to get into later on. But when a girl comes over and says like, what time is it? When we all have smartphones, she probably has her own watch on. I don't know. She knows what time it is. I think girls do that because they're trying to open up a conversation, and girls don't have game. I said that earlier. So girls don't have to, they don't usually have the burden of coming over and trying to like say something clever to open you, nor do they have to, because you're a guy, you probably want to talk to the girl anyway. I think most guys, what they do, and I was guilty of this myself, a girl might come over and initiate conversation. Oh, nice watch. Oh, what time is it? And you being a dude that's more logical, I'm not saying that girls are dumb. I'm just saying your initial thought process is to be linear and logical, and you give her the time. Oh, what time is it? Oh, 7:25. And then she's like, oh, okay. Okay, thanks. Bye. In my opinion, that's her trying to open up a conversation with you. Let it happen. When she does that, be funny about it, be flirty about it. She's trying to flirt with you. That's the best she has. That's the best tool in her arsenal. But that's shy guy introvert game. It's letting the girl come to you with something that you have on. You have like a necklace on. Oh my God, what kind of necklace is that? Is that jade? Oh, and she starts about like astrology. Oh, it's your sign, all that stuff. It opens up a conversation. Oh, you have these beads on. I had a girl do this to me the other day. I have like this bead right here with this owl, and she's like, oh, what kind of bracelet is that? What's that bracelet mean? And I'm just like, oh yeah, it wards off the evil spirits. That's what this bracelet's for. It wards off the evil spirits, keeps me positive, keeps all the good energy coming to me, gives me good luck, and it keeps all the bad luck out there. Don't touch it. That's why I tell people, like I tell girls, like, don't touch it because you're going to steal my good luck. And of course it makes them want to touch. But I'm going to get into that later on. So that is shy guy introvert game. I think that's one of the good things you can do with fashion is you can wear accessories. I think accessories is one of the few things guys can wear that's close to a girl wearing makeup. It's not that close, but it's the closest thing a dude can wear. Shoes are a good thing. I've had girls compliment me on my Chelsea boots. Back when I first started wearing Chelsea boots, no one wore Chelsea boots, so I think it was weird to see a guy wear something other than like sandals and socks and like just dirty ass sneakers, because most dudes wear like dirty ass sneakers and sandals with socks. Some dudes wear like Timbs. Most dudes did not wear Chelsea boots or like boots at all back then. Back when I was like really trying to date. I see a lot of dudes do it now. Still though, you get a nice pair of shoes. I think a lot of girls look at shoes initially when they meet a guy. I think it says a lot about you if you have kempt shoes. If your shoes are clean, you know, it looks nice. It looks presentable. It looks like you're putting in some effort into your appearance. And I think that translates into your first impression with girls. So have nice shoes, you know, and then like I said, none of this doesn't need to be expensive. Don't make it expensive. Don't break the bank. I think right now I have on like a Hanes t-shirt. I got this in a pack of like, you know, you get one of those Hanes t-shirts from like Target or Walmart, whatever, pack of like 5 or 6. You're good to go. You get like 2 or 3 packs of those. You spend like $30. I think each of those is like $10, maybe like $15. You get 2 or 3 of those. You're good to go. Pair of shoes doesn't need to be expensive. I think these I got from a friend. The ones I'm wearing I got from a friend. I bought a really nice pair of Chelsea boots from like Target one time. Super nice, super good quality. By the way, Target's a hack. If you need clothes, go to Target. Target has really cheap stuff, cheap in price, but not cheap in quality. They actually have very nice quality things. Bought a pair of shoes from Target. It's like $30. Super nice shoes, super nice. Some jeans, you get some Levi jeans. You know, I get stretchy jeans because my legs are a bit weird. I don't have like huge legs, but for my waist size, I have a size like 29 waist, so if I get size 29 jeans, they're gonna be super tight. So I got to get like stretchy jeans. But again, Target, pair of jeans from Target's like $15-$20. Get like 2 or 3 nice pair of jeans. You can re-wear jeans. You don't have to wash jeans every day. A couple of packs of t-shirts, black and white. If you don't know where to go, just do black and white. If you want to step your game up a little bit, get some Henleys. I think they did a poll on girls' favorite outfits in men, and I think Henleys was like the top. If it wasn't the top, it was one of the highest rated looks in men. Henleys are good because you can wear a Henley with anything. You can wear a Henley with, a leather jacket, jean jacket, a blazer. If you want to look more like, I don't want to say corporate casual, but like if you want to look more upscale casual. I have a buddy a buddy of mine looks really good in a blazer. I was like, if you wear a blazer with like a Henley, it'll look so good. And you don't have to wear the blazer if you don't want to, if it's not cold out or if you just don't want to look that formal. Take the blazer off, the Henley still looks good. Roll up the sleeves, show a little forearm. Girls like forearms. You're good to go. Solid necklace. You don't break the bank. Just get like a nice necklace somewhere. It does $10, $5, $7. Who cares? No one's gonna go around inspecting it. It doesn't need to be gold. You don't need to be like iced out. Nice watch. This watch, I've had a lot of girls compliment me on. I actually went to Starbucks literally like last week, and 2 girls at the drive-in, they were like, "Oh my God, I like your watch. Oh my God, it's so blinged out, whatever." This watch is $20. I got this from Amazon for $20. It doesn't need to be expensive at all. Don't break the bank. Trust me. And of course, develop your own style. This is my recommendation if you don't know where to start. Develop your own style. I've seen some dudes get like those Hawaiian looking shirts. Make sure it fits well. That's another part of it. Make sure it fits well. Make sure it's clean. You do that, you're solid. You're good to go. I don't think you need to really be that crazy about style. Real quick about style. Maybe I've said this before. If I did, disregard it. If not, back when I would study like game, one of the big things that guys would do was peacocking. And you may have heard of this. And peacocking is basically when you wear very outlandish clothing, and the clothing is so outlandish that it just draws attention by default. And in a way, it's almost like my shy guy introvert game where you're drawing so much attention, it makes girls come to you. Like if you're a dude that walks to a club with like a bright pink jacket with feathers everywhere, everyone will see you, and you're almost guaranteed to have a few girls come up and say like, "Why are you even wearing that?" If nothing else, they might make fun of you. Which is still them coming over to talk to you, which is still good in my opinion. It's still a conversation. Still lets you open them up. So I think that's why PUA guys, pickup artist guys, did it, is because it drew so much attention that girls would come to them. But I think the secondary component of that is that it just shows confidence and it shows comfort. Like if you're the kind of guy that can walk into a club wearing some bright outfit that looks ugly, you got to have some level of confidence to do that usually. And I think with confidence is a bit of comfort. You're comfortable walking to a bar where everyone's trying to like stand out and look, they're trying to show themselves off in the best possible way to attract girls or whatever. And you're going to walk in here with like some feathery top hat and like some big flamingo jacket, some bright, tight leather pants. It's like, man, you're bold. And that boldness, I think, is attractive because it's so confident and you're so comfortable with it. But without me kind of rambling on and ranting too much, I think the key takeaway is be comfortable in whatever you wear. I think if you're comfortable whenever you wear, girls pick up on that. Girls like that. And I think it makes attracting girls a lot simpler and a lot easier. Over time, though, definitely develop your own style. Make sure what you wear fits. Make sure it's clean. You're good to go. What next? All right. So this is probably going to be like the longest section of the video. And this is finding a girl. Now, I have a few different ways. If I were trying to get a girlfriend, I would get a girl. Some guys call it sourcing girls. Basically, you're just looking for girls. I have a few different ways to do it. I'll get into all of them here. Some ways are better than others, in my opinion. And the first one I'm going to start with is dating apps. Now, I've seen some dating coaches say that dating apps are fine. Some guys thrive on Tinder. Some guys like Hinge. I've seen some guys with success in Bumble. Coffee Meets Bagel. I've tried that. I've had some success with Coffee Meets Bagel. I've had some success with Tinder. I've never had any success with Bumble. I hate Bumble. I think Bumble's the worst like fucking idea for an app ever. For a dating app, I don't think it makes sense, and I'll tell you why in a second. But as a whole, I think dating apps suck. That's my personal opinion. I think dating apps for a guy is terrible. I think they're trash. If I were you, and if you're a guy who isn't already finding some success with dating apps, if you find success with them, go keep using them. That's fine. Like I said, some guys find success with them. Good. Keep using it. If it works, don't, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But I think for most dudes, dating apps are awful. And I'll explain why. Most dating apps, in my opinion, are designed to put most dudes in a perpetual loop in which they never find the girl that they want, but they eventually start paying to increase their chances. And I think the way a lot of these dating apps work, you have to pay such a high fee to even attempt to get on a girl's radar, only to never actually get the girl. I've heard of some people where they're like, I know a couple who is getting married soon, and they met on Tinder. But I will say it's the early version of Tinder, when Tinder was like the new thing that everyone was using. So I wouldn't even, they're, I think, outliers. I think nowadays, if you're trying to use Tinder, for example, it's not worth it. Don't pay for it. I've actually experimented with this. I tried it. It's not worth it, man. And to me, the only way to really stand out on Tinder as a guy, because I think most of the girls swiping, they're looking for like the highest quality guys based solely on looks. They don't care about the profile to a major degree. I think some read to an extent. But I think they're looking more at what they can gather about your lifestyle from your pictures. And so I think for most guys to try to take a bunch of photos that look really high quality, make themselves look as if they live this really fun lifestyle. For a lot of guys, if you have to go through all that, you probably can't demonstrate it when you meet the girl because you don't actually live that lifestyle. It's just too much effort. It's too much work. Eventually, you're going to want to pay for it. You're going to be on Tinder and these dating apps swiping all day. You're never really going to get the kind of girl you want because the few girls that you match with, I'm going to be honest, probably aren't the kind of girls you want to date. They're not going to be as attractive as you'd like. I'm going to be completely honest. And it just defeats the purpose. It's just a waste of time. There's more things you can be doing with your time than using dating apps. So that's the reason why I think dating apps suck. Bumble, I think, is the worst because Bumble requires the girl to message you first. And to be honest, most girls, come on, we all know this. Most girls don't have to do anything to get guys. They go outside, they can look like garbage, no makeup, sweatpants, dirty t-shirt, hair up in not even like a cute bun, like just an ugly bun, hair just completely filthy. It doesn't matter. Some guys will still hit on them. It doesn't matter. We all understand this to be true. So for the idea of girls sitting there, finding a guy that they want to date, matching with him, and then reaching out to him first, I feel like the only kind of guys you're going to get, the only kind of girls that are going to do that, they're not going to be favorable girls unless you're like some hot guy. And if you're like some super hot guy, you're probably not watching this video. You probably don't need to be watching this video. You can probably get girls mainly by at least looks alone. At least you get them in the door. Whether or not you can date them is different, but you probably wouldn't be watching this video. You probably don't have that much of an issue. So dating apps suck. That's what I'm going to say. I don't really have that many good tips for dating apps. Like I said, they're a waste of time. I wouldn't rely on them. I certainly wouldn't pay for them. If you're paying for dating apps, stop paying for them. Cancel the subscription. It's not worth it. It's the whole interaction itself is built solely on looks. So you can't really even use game. You can't really get her from cold to hot. You just have to come in just warm or hot to begin with. As far as like the lead system goes, you need to be a hot or warm lead to begin with to even get on her radar. Otherwise, she's not going to swipe on you. So dating apps suck. Don't use them. Don't waste your time. Second thing, bars and clubs. Now, in my opinion, bars and clubs are hit or miss. And I'm going to go deep into bars and clubs. Overall, I don't think they're a great place to find a girlfriend. I'm not going to say that the girls that go to bars and clubs are all bad girls. Like, I'm not going to say that all the girls that go to bars and clubs just want to like sleep around. I don't think that's true. I just think bars and clubs are not the best environment for meeting girls, period. Some bars, if they're like quiet bars, if they're like chill bars, maybe like a dive bar with like a few people and the music's not too loud and it's more of like a casual thing, and maybe it's not like on a Saturday or a Friday, maybe it's like on a Sunday or like on a Tuesday or Thursday, that's different. I think that could be fine to meet people. It's just because at that point it's just people hanging out, having fun, whatever. It's not the worst thing. I think when you go to a bar when it's like crowded, like on a Friday or Saturday, or a club, I think they're terrible places to meet girls to date. And part of it is, I don't know, the way I try to talk to girls is I have to actually talk to girls. I don't like the idea of guys going up to girls and trying to like grind up on them. If you're a good dancer, maybe you can pull a girl on the dance floor and dance with her. Maybe that works for you. I'm not a good dancer. I suck at dancing. So that doesn't work for me very well. Again, if it works for you, try it. See if, give it a shot. I think if you can get a girl, spin her around, make her feel something, do some salsa on the dance floor or whatever, I think she'll be into it. But I think that works well if you're like a good dancer, or if you can at least be like super playful about it. I'm not a dancer, so it doesn't work well for me. I just think the environment of a bar and club, it's very difficult to approach a girl effectively. Really get a good conversation in. And of course, it all depends on the bar and the setting. This all depends on the bar and club. Some bars and clubs are better at it, are better suited for this type of flirting, and they're not super loud where you can actually converse. So it really just depends on the bar and club. But I think in general, it's hard to find a good high quality girl in the right mindset at a bar and club. I personally think that when it comes to dating, you're better off finding a girl just like out and about, maybe at like a Barnes & Nobles, at a bookstore. If you go to college, college is like the best place, because if you're like in class, if you're like a student, classes are obviously a great place. Walking around campus, it's cool. They're walking around town, it's cool. If you have classes with girls, I think that's a fantastic place to go. Classes as in like if you take fitness classes like, what is it called? I think like F50 or CrossFit. Gyms are tough. If you go like to a place like LA Fitness or Planet Fitness and you see a girl, it can be a bit tough, because I think it's a setting where girls might be like sweaty. They might be a little bit more self-conscious about the way they look or smell. It depends. I would say being out and about, and I'll get into it with the whole cold approaching thing, I think is probably the best place. Ideally, if you're in a similar setting, like I said, a class, that's probably the best. Bars and clubs are tough. It's a lot of competition. It's difficult to talk to her. It's difficult to keep her attention. The ways to get her attention, like buying a girl a drink, I don't encourage. Yeah, I don't know. And I think to a degree, a lot of girls go to bars and clubs, especially clubs, not to find a guy really. They look for a certain type of guy at a bar and club. And if you're an average dude, you're going to put yourself in an unfavorable position and create more competition than you have to. So a girl might go to a bar and a club, and I think most girls look for the highest quality guy they can find. So they might go to a bar and club and look for like the tallest guy, the most in shape guy, the best looking guy, and all the girls looking at that same guy. If you aren't that guy, you're fighting an uphill battle. And to me, if you're trying to close on the spot, I don't think it's worth it. Let me just keep going through my notes, because I don't want to like get ahead of myself and like mess up anything. And by the way, if you're watching this up to this point, I think we're a little bit over an hour in. You're probably like, this dude's all over the place. It's free, so you get what you pay for. Don't complain. Like I said, rewind it, go back and forth. The content is really why I'm making this video. Yeah, I don't know. Back when I was in college, man, a lot of guys would go to bars and clubs, mainly to get laid. And I think it puts up a barrier for girls. I think a lot of girls, if they do go to bars and clubs frequently, some of them, they expect to either get laid or they're trying to get laid. And to be honest, if you go to a bar and a club and you see a girl there a lot and she's always with a bunch of guys, is that really the kind of girl you want to have as your girlfriend? Probably not. So that's automatically, that should be a disqualifier for her. And yeah, like if you're trying to go out to meet a girl, talk to her, I would say the best bet, if you meet a girl at a bar or club, just try to get her number or her Instagram, probably her Instagram, and make that the numbers game. Like find 10 girls that night, get their Instagrams. Don't try to be that guy that's like super clingy that tries to stay around them the entire time. I wouldn't be the kind of guy that gets your hopes up. Some dudes will go to a bar or a club and they'll see, like, at the end of the night, they'll see a guy go home with a girl. In my experience, what I found is that it's best not to be fooled. A lot of times you see the guy go home with the girl. Maybe they dropped her off and he went home by himself. Maybe they went home together and the girl was like, I don't want to sleep with you tonight. I'm not that kind of girl. Maybe they were just friends and it looks like they're about to go, hook up, and that's probably not what happened. I don't know. I remember when I was in college, man, so many different times I'd see like one of my friends, they'd find some girl in the club or the bar, whatever. They'd start trying to take her home. More often than not, they didn't really close. And it's not to say that they weren't good at closing. It's not to say that they weren't like good quality guys or whatever. The girls just didn't want to do it, which is fine. They don't have to. I'm not saying they should. But I'm just saying, like, I think a lot of guys go into that environment thinking that's easy to get a girl. I think it's tough. I think you should play more of like a long-term game with girls you meet at a bar or club. I wouldn't get your hopes up. I wouldn't try to close on the spot. I wouldn't try to take them home to sleep with them. And of course, to the kind of girl that you can sleep with super easily might not be girlfriend material. So I think as a whole, that environment is just not great for attracting a girlfriend. Because again, this whole course is about getting a girlfriend from point A to point B, not having a girlfriend to getting a girlfriend, for the kind of guy who is bad at attracting girls. That's what this whole course is for. So with that being said, I don't like bars and clubs that much. I don't think they, work out well. I would say what I do recommend, if you are trying to attract girls at a bar or club, and a lot of guys don't do this, I found this to work very well whenever I've tried this with friends. Be the kind of guy who goes out and just has fun. I think a lot of guys go out with the intent of sleeping with girls or trying to hook up, or at least trying to find a girl that's hot to like go on a date with. I think that's a bad strategy. I think what you ultimately should do, have a few friends. Don't roll up to a bar or a club with like 10 dudes. I've seen guys try that. I've been a part of that where like friends of mine want to go and they bring like a bunch of guys. I've never seen it work, to be honest. I've never seen a bunch of dudes roll up to a bar or club because a lot of the dudes stay together. They kind of group in the corner. They just look off-putting. They look thirsty. Don't do that, man. If you're going to go with a bunch of guys, I would say 4 tops. 4 tops. And 4 is pushing it. Really like 3. 3 you guys should go out. You shouldn't be clinging together. If you do see a girl you want to talk to, just go talk to her. Don't be the group of guys, in my opinion, that sits there and you're like trying to debate it. Oh, look at that girl. Oh, she's cute. Yeah, she's cute, man. Yeah, I think she's cute. Yo, go talk to her. No, you go talk to her. Don't be that guy. Because my personal opinion, when you first walk into the bar or club, I think girls notice. I think girls see it. They pay attention to who comes in the bar and club, in my opinion. They see you walking with their boys. They see you standing in the corner. They see you debating. They see you looking around the room. They see you look at them like 5 or 10 times. You don't go up and talk to them. I think deep down in a girl's mind, you look like a bitch. I think that's what it comes down to. You come off like a bitch. I'm going to be completely honest. If you don't actually talk to them quickly. And that's another reason why I don't like going out with certain types of dudes, because I think some guys want to talk to girls and they, instead of them just doing it, they try to get you to do it. And they're like, oh yeah, go talk to that girl. Go do it, man. Go do it. It's like, just go talk to her. I don't want to talk to her. You saw her first, because now you're putting pressure on it. Now we're debating it. Now she saw us. Now it's just, you're setting yourself up for failure. Again, go out. Just have fun. I think girls pick up on vibes. I've always found that when I go out and me and my boys are going out, we just drink, we have fun. Girls pick up on it. We went out to Ocean City, Maryland, me and a few friends. And I'm going to tell you exactly what I like to do when I go out with a bunch of guys. This is going to sound cringy. This is going to sound weird, but I think it works well. I encourage you to try it yourself. Before we go out, the best times, the most successful times, we'd go out, we'd almost like chant. Like you go out and you're just like barking, you're trying to have a good time. Literally, that's what I would do. We go out. First of all, we try to, my recommendation, if you do go out with your friends, with your boys, be in a good mood before you go out to the bar or club. Pre-gaming to me is like a good tool. If you really want to try to get girls at a bar or club, pre-game first. Don't try to go cold. Don't try to meet up at the bar or club, because then you're going like, You haven't been conversing with each other. You're in like a neutral mood. You should be in a very social, fun, playful mood. You should be talking to everybody. And I think the easy way to do this, part one, you're at your apartment, you're at your house, wherever. Have drinks. Have fun. Bust each other's balls. Converse. Be funny. Be social with each other to start with. I like to do this. You go out and you're just kind of like chatting. I bark. I don't do it as much anymore because a lot of guys I'm with don't do it. But before I go out, I like to bark. And what do I mean by bark? You go out, you're just like, guys, this is going to sound super cringy for anyone watching. You're just like, guys, we're going out tonight. We're going out. How do we go out? I'm telling you, man, try it. Bark before you go out. It makes you feel so much better. I'm laughing right now. It's got me like all giggly and stuff like that. I guarantee you'll feel so much better going out. You'll be in a fun state. It'll make it that much easier to talk to people and to socialize. And you're starting off having fun. Like, just have fun when you go out. I would say if you do go out, try to also bring cool girls. I think having girls around you, and I say cool girls because a lot of girls, like I said, if girls don't know what you're trying to do, if they're not supportive in you trying to get girls, then don't bring them. I think they make it worse. I would say if you know some girls who are very social, who are cool talking to other girls, bring them with you. Have the girls talk to girls that you might be interested in. Have them bring the girl into the group and make it easier for you to talk to them. Most girls I've met are really bad, actually, at socializing at bars and clubs. It's weird. Don't bring the kind of girls who... this happens a lot, actually. I've had this happen a lot of times. I've had female friends who are like, oh yeah, I'll help you get a girl at a bar or a club or whatever. And I'm like, okay, let's see. To this day, by the way, I don't think girls... I think you're better off with a group of like guys, just like 3 guys, than bringing girls overall. If you have good girls, do it. Come in with girls because it's social proof. But, you know, you got to really play that game a bit carefully. Some girls will make it worse. But I remember I was in college, man. I had some girls who were just like, yeah, I'll help you meet some girls at the bar club. And I'm like, okay, let's see. We go out and there's a girl, you know, I'm into. I'm like, oh yeah, that girl's pretty cute. And I try to see what the girl with my friend does. Every girl does this. I don't understand it. They push you into the girl. And in my mind, I'm like, this would never work on you. If a guy like stumbled and hit you and almost knocked your drink over, would that work on you? No. So why would it work on her? It never works. So like I said, if you go out with girls, the girls have to be cool. They have to be good at socializing. They have to know how to like approach a girl cold themselves to be friendly with a girl to get them into the group. You know, you really got to vet the girls you go out with carefully. If they don't know the game, then they're gonna fuck it up. Having a few boys with you that know what they're doing is probably the best case scenario, to be honest. I would say the other thing, if you and a few guys roll in with a bunch of girls, that's probably another good way. Because it's social proof, the girls don't have to be social. You're just pre-vetted, and I'm going to get more into pre-vetting and social proof and all that stuff later on in this 10-hour course. But yeah, basically, if you're going to go out, have fun. Don't make the goal to get girls because you can't control what girls think of you. A lot of girls, if a girl likes you, I found that some girls will still try to like reject you. Some girls reject for stupid reasons. They just want to look, you know, cool. There's a lot of reasons why girls reject guys. I've met plenty of girls who liked a guy, still rejected him. And you ask you ask your girl, like the girl, like, why would you reject the guy? Didn't you say you like him? She's like, I don't know why I did that. Girls just reject guys for stupid reasons. So just go out and have fun. Don't make the night, don't predicate your night on getting girls is my thing. Because you'll just be disappointed. You'll be disheartened and it'll kill your mood. Keep your mood positive. Yeah, one thing I would say, don't assume. Oh, I've already covered that. Yeah, this is a big one. This is one I learned the hard way. Don't try to open girls by buying them drinks. I've literally never seen it work. Never. I tried this a lot when I was in college because back when I was in college, man, I would go out by myself and try to like do game and pick up and try to like practice some of these techniques by myself. I would try so many times to buy a girl a drink. It never fucking worked. Ever. I've never had one time where it actually worked. Even when you try to come off as like casual, the moment you initiate buying a girl a drink, it's something weird about it. Girls, I've had so many girls, they take the drink and they just leave. I had one time I was at this bar and I open up, I'm talking to a girl. She's sitting next to me. I'm like, hey, can I buy you a drink? I thought you're cute. Can I buy you a drink? And she's like, yeah, sure. I buy her a drink. She literally took the drink, turned to this guy, gave it to him, and fucking walked away with the guy. Literally, I've had that happen like 3 times in my life. Don't buy girls drinks. I've never seen it work. What I eventually discovered when it comes to the whole idea of drinking, that's like some Hollywood stuff. Like in Hollywood movies, you see the guy, he goes up to the girl and he's like, can I buy your drink? And she's like, oh yeah, sure. And he's like flirting with her, and it works in movies. I've never seen it work in real life. I'm not saying it can't work. There's probably some guy out there that makes it work. I don't like it. I don't think it works very well. I wouldn't recommend it. I don't think buying girls drinks in general is a good idea, unless, here's the caveat. And obviously this is for girls you're trying to like talk to in a flirtatious way. If it's like a female friend, that's different. Obviously, buy your friends drinks if you want to. Who cares? I'm talking about when you're trying to like find a girl to talk to in an attraction dating context. The only time I will buy a girl a drink is if she earns it. And I know that sounds weird. I know that sounds bad. I'm not saying that like in a weird way. When I say earn it, because I've had girls where like you might even talk to a girl and not start with a drink. And I've met so many girls where they'll say like, you should buy me a drink. Oh, you want to talk to me? You should buy me a drink. I always tell them no. And I say to them, and this works. Have I ever had this not work? No, this always works. I've always said to them, I'll buy you a drink, but you've got to earn it first. And the way you want them to earn it, it depends. There's a few different ways you can go about it. There's two things I like to do. First thing, rock, paper, scissors. I know it sounds childish, but I think games like that work very well with girls. Especially like in a bar, you want to, like I said, you're trying to have fun. You're trying to like be playful. Guys like try to go too linear. They get too serious about stuff like that. Just have fun. So she goes, you got to buy me a drink. No, I'm not going to buy a drink. You have to earn it first. Earn it? What do you mean earn it? Let's play rock, paper, scissors. If you beat me in 2 out of 3 game of rock, paper, scissors, I'll buy you a drink. If not, you got to buy me one. I've always had this work. I've had one time actually where the girl got pissed off because she lost and she didn't buy me a drink. She ended up buying herself a drink and just not buy me thing. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Most of the time when I've done this, literally like all the times except that one time, the girl's cool. And usually I win, of course, because I'm me. But usually the girl's cool and she'll buy you a drink. And then you can go and be like, you know what? You're a good sport. I'll buy you a drink. That's different because she's earning the drink. And I think there's something about like if you just buy a girl a drink, she kind of loses respect for you early on. If she feels like she earned the drink, I think she has more respect for you. That's just my theory to it. Maybe a dating coach or maybe like a pickup artist can like explain it further. Maybe the psychology behind it. In my opinion, eventually over time, that's what I found that worked the best. Make her earn the drink. The second way, besides the rock, paper, scissors, is usually just like some dumb challenge. Like, oh, if you guess, I'm thinking of a number between like 1 and 10. If you can guess it correctly, then I'll buy you a drink. If not, you got to buy me one. Or if not, you got to do A, B, and C. Whatever. Make it fun. Make it playful. It doesn't really matter what the game is. I think any game to make her earn it works well. Don't make it easy. I think a lot of guys, man, I've seen so many girls, man, they go out and they'll just like try to finesse guys for drinks and they just leave at the end of the night. They didn't pay a dime. They're drunk. They had their fun. They got attention. You got nothing. Don't waste your money. Don't waste your money. Don't waste your time. Let her earn it. So that's the only time I would say it's acceptable to buy a girl at a bar, to buy a girl a drink cold at a bar or club. All right. So where was I? I was talking about buying girls drinks. Don't do that. Girls will steal your drinks, give it to their boyfriends, or walk away. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your money. Actually, real quick, funny story about the whole buying girls a drink thing. Like I said, I've met many girls who will try to get you to buy them a drink. I always recommend not doing it. There was one time me and my buddy went to a bar, and there was these 2 girls. They were sisters, super cute girls. And we're talking to the 2 girls, and the one girl said to me, she's like, you should buy me a drink. Like I said, I don't like buying girls drinks. So I told her, I was like, you know what? I think I did the rock, paper, scissors. And I was like, if you lose, you got to buy me a shot. She's like, hey, deal. She lost. She bought me a shot. But for whatever reason, she just kept buying drinks. I didn't spend a dime that night. She bought me and my friend drinks the entire night. She bought us both drinks, which is pretty cool. Now, I'm not saying you should go out and make girls buy you drinks. Obviously, what I am saying is that when you make the girl earn the drink, I think she respects it a lot more. I think it's more playful. I think it's so different because I think girls are used to so many guys just buying them drinks and trying to open with that move. So go for it. When you meet a girl, even if she says buy me a drink, don't buy her a drink, make her earn it, and maybe you can have free drinks the entire night. Obviously, if you're dating a girl, you should buy drinks. I'm a huge proponent of guys buying girls drinks, paying for the meals, paying for the dates, whatever. I'm not saying you should go and try to use girls for drinks. Obviously, don't be that kind of guy. I'm just telling a story. In this particular night, we were out and I used that technique that I always use, and she ended up buying all of us drinks the entire night. And it wasn't like shots the entire night. She bought like some shots, but then she bought like beers. But I'm just telling that story to demonstrate how effective it is. I've only had one girl really get upset about me making her earn it. And she still kept hanging out. It's not like she was upset and she just bailed. She hung out and still kept like talking. She just didn't buy me a drink. She was just like, I'm buying myself a drink. So it's fine. Let's see what's next. I want to give you another quick trick that you can use at a bar. If you truly do want to use a bar, if you do want to flirt or so, find a girl at a bar or club. Like I said, bar and clubs are hard because you can't really socialize. You can't really talk effectively, especially if the club is loud. A lot of places around here in like Ashburn, in like DC where I live in Loudoun County, but if you go to like DC, a lot of clubs are really loud. And it's hard to talk to girls, at least for me, because I approach girls by conversing with them. And I try to be like funny. I try to be playful. I try to be flirty. I try to tease and stuff like that. I can't really do it if it's loud. It's just very difficult. So that's one of the reasons why I think it's good to stay away from bars and clubs. It's just difficult that way. Some guys I'm sure it works great with. I know some guys who just go and talk to 1,000 girls in a night, and they'll try to like say a few bullshit lines. When I go out, I don't really try to look for girls, to be honest. I used to back a few years ago. I just find it to be wasteful. I'd much prefer to go out and have like good conversation and just have fun. If I go with a bunch of guys, I like to just drink and have fun. Like, let's just be chill. And I find that, like I said, that works better. Anyway, in my opinion, a few of my buddies actually, we went to Ocean City, Maryland, and we did that. We barked before we went out. We were just going out having fun. We were just drinking, and we talked to, I don't even know how many girls we talked to that night. Man, we talked to a lot of girls that night. I don't even know. We talked to a lot of girls that night. And actually, I don't want to say too much on camera, but we met some girls that I will say may or may not have come back to the Airbnb that we stayed in. So having fun, in my opinion, works the best. If you really want to play that game, but I don't like bars and clubs. I just don't think it's the best setting to meet girls. But one quick thing I want to share with you before I get too distracted. There's a trick that you can kind of use to open up girls at a bar or club. It's a very passive technique. You have to be a bit patient. It's not super overt, but I think it works pretty well. And so basically this technique is called the Ben Franklin technique. Quick reason why it's called the Ben Franklin technique. Long story short, Ben Franklin, if you've read about Ben Franklin, he was competing with some guy at one point to, I forget, it was like some political position. He was competing with some guy, young guy, and he found out the guy likes books. So he goes to the guy and he says, hey, I heard you like books. Can I borrow that book that you have? And the guy was like, sure. The guy let him borrow the book. But to my knowledge, Ben Franklin did not read the book at all. He just borrowed the book for like a week or two, gave it back, said like, oh, it was a fantastic book. I appreciate you giving me the book. Thanks. And it made the guy like him a lot more. Long story short. The reason why I bring that up is because this technique called the Ben Franklin technique is more or less the exact same concept. And this technique actually does not work with just girls. It does not work in just a dating context. It works with people in general. People like the idea of, it's a weird psychological thing where if someone does something for you, subconsciously they justify it by saying that they like you. Like, for example, if someone came up, you don't usually do things for people you don't like. Does that make sense at all? Like, if you hated somebody, you're not that likely to do favors for them. You're not that likely to help them with anything. So if you help somebody, subconsciously you have to, at least to a degree, like them. You have to at least be somewhat comfortable and familiar with them. Does that make sense at all? So that's basically what this technique is. So the technique: you're at a bar, you're at a club, whatever. You see a attractive girl sitting there, back facing you. Now, this is a side note, but if I do try to talk to girls, I do not like to approach girls from behind. I've tried this. I've learned from experience. I don't like tapping girls on the shoulder. Something about it always opens up the conversation like weird. She's always like defensive and like scared and like just uneasy. And I think that makes the whole interaction from that point on much worse, in my personal opinion. Throat's getting dry, so I'm talking too much. It's been a long day. I had that interview before this. That's why my throat's a bit dry. So we're working on like 4 hours worth of talking today, like in a row. So give me a second. You might also be watching me sip this because I'm probably not going to edit this out. So, fast forward if you don't want to see me sip water. Oh, that's good water. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so I don't like tapping girls on the shoulder. I don't like approaching girls from the back. If I do want to talk to a girl, I try to approach her from like the front side so she sees me coming. Does that make sense? I don't want to scare the girl, basically, especially for like tall guys. You don't want to scare. I'm not that tall. I'm 5'11", 6 feet on a good day, because if I'm wearing my boots, like 6 feet. I don't want to hover above her, especially if she's sitting down. I don't want to like intimidate her. So I don't approach from behind. But what I will do, girl's facing you, her back's facing you at the bar. You go up, you kind of get next to her, not in like a creepy way, not in a way that's going to like make her scared, but like in a very gentle, very like slow way. You get next to her. What I always just say is, "Excuse me, can you pass me a straw?" That's it. She passed the straw. "Oh yeah, sure. Sure. Here you go. Thank you." Take the straw. You walk away. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, how does that do anything? You barely talked to the girl and you walked away. This is the Ben Franklin effect, or the Ben Franklin trick. Because she did you a favor, because she gave you a straw, she's more inclined to be warm towards you next time you see her. Does that make sense at all? So this is more of like, I said this earlier, you have to be a little bit more patient with this technique. I'm not saying that it's the most effective technique. It doesn't work all the time, especially if the bar is like crowded, if the club's crowded, if she's with friends, she's distracted. It might not work that well. But having the girl see you multiple times in the night, not forced, by the way, not you chasing her around the bar club, just her finding you or stumbling upon you several times, I think makes every next interaction that much better. It makes it that much easier for you to talk to her and for her to feel more comfortable and more open with you. Hopefully that makes sense. So the point of this is that she's seen you, she's done you a favor, she's given you the straw, the napkin, whatever you want to ask her for. And the next time she's walking around the bar, then you can open up and be like, "Oh, I feel like I've seen you. Oh yeah, I did see you. You're the guy I gave that straw back to you, that straw to back then. Oh yeah, I was that guy. Hey, my name's Lenny or whatever. What's your name? Oh, my name is Sarah Jessica Parker. I don't know. Whatever." She gives her name, you give your name, you start talking, boom. Now you've opened up the conversation without having to do too much work ahead of time. You don't have to scare her. You don't have to come up with like any crazy lines. She's more of a warm lead or even a hot lead, depending on if she liked you when you came up to her to get the straw. If she found you attractive is what I mean. She's warm or hot rather than cold, which is what you want. Like I said in the very beginning of the video, to me, game is getting a girl from cold to hot. Most girls start at cold. You want to get them at least to warm, at least open to talk to you. And then hot is the best point, where they're actually willing to talk to you, go on a date with you, etc., etc. Yeah, I would say those are probably some of the best tricks I have. There's other things you can do too, but like I said, bars and clubs are a bit weird. I wouldn't rely on them too much. The next thing I'm going to tell you about, I think, works a little bit better, in my opinion. And basically that's cold approach. And cold approach is weird. I used to do a bit of cold approach back in the day. There's a downside and an upside to cold approach. The upside to cold approach is that there's not competition. There's not really much competition. If you see a girl, say you're like in Barnes & Nobles, it's not a setting that has a lot of dudes competing for her time and attention. So you stand out a lot more in her mind. Does that make sense? If you see a girl like, say, like some random restaurant or some grocery store, and you're nearby her, because I don't like the idea of guys going out of their way to talk to girls. Like if a girl's like way far away across the street, or like you're in a say Giant. I'm just making up places. You're in Giant. You're in aisle 6 and you see her at aisle 12. I don't like the idea of being that guy who like sprints down to aisle 12 just to go talk to some girl. I don't think I think you come off low status, which I'll get into later on. I don't like that idea. But if you're both in like say aisle 6, keep using Giant example. You're both in aisle 6. You know, you're grabbing one thing, she's next to you. Then I think cold approaching is nice because you stand out more. You come off as more confident. You come off as higher status. There's no other guys probably trying to get her attention at that exact point in time. They're not trying to like, you know, ask her about groceries or anything like that or trying to get her number. So you're in a much better position, in my opinion. The downside with cold approach is that it's so time consuming and it's not ROI positive, in my opinion. So you might go around cold approach and you might meet a few girls. My personal belief is that girls are super flaky and more girls will flake than not. And girls flake for a variety of different reasons. I think later in my outline I have a whole thing on flaking. I might talk about it now. You know, I'm kind of talking about it now, so let's get into it. Girls flake for a variety of reasons. A lot of those reasons, in my opinion, don't have that much to do with you. Sometimes the girl's just nervous. I found a lot of girls just don't like going on dates, which stuns me. I'm not too sure why girls don't like dates. I can see why they might feel uncomfortable. They might think there's like some harm or some danger that might come to them. I think that's a bit stupid in my opinion. I think that's illogical. Nothing bad's probably gonna happen at a Starbucks. But for whatever reason, girls will flake. And I wouldn't take it personally. I have a system. I have a thing that I like to do if girls flake. I'll get into that later on. But cold approaching to me is a bit ROI negative just because it's not ROI positive. Because a lot of girls will flake. You know, you might go up to like 10 girls. How much time is that to go up to 10 girls? I'm not the kind of guy that makes time to go out and talk to girls. Like, if you're out and about, you know, if you see a girl, go talk to her. Cool. Don't be that guy that budgets off like an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, just go around town talking to girls. I think that's wasteful. I think there's much better use of your time. Like I mentioned earlier, you should have hobbies and goals. And I think the goals and hobbies should be your primary pursuit. Making time to cold approach girls isn't a good use of your time. And you'll find that, you know, unless you're some kind of stud that just every single girl he meets, she's automatically into, which of course, if that is the case, you shouldn't be watching this video. You're probably not watching this video because you probably don't need help in that department. If you're going up talking to a bunch of girls, most will reject you. And when I say reject, I mean like, even if they give you a number, they might not answer the number. They might give you their Instagram and they might not respond to your DM. She might say yes to a coffee date or whatever, and she might not show up. She might cancel. She'll flake. So it's just the amount of time it takes to kind of go through all the steps to get from meeting the girl to getting her number to going on the date and trying to like get her as a girlfriend. It's just not worth it. In my personal opinion, even the best dudes that are like super good at talking to girls, like super charismatic, super playful, who have great conversational skills, who can use all of the different like pickup and game techniques, man, even those guys I think have like 10-20% close rate. Because you got to consider too, there's just so much stuff that girls have going on. I'm not that kind of guy that thinks like girls should only be like compliant to them and the girls don't have a life of their own. Girls have so much stuff going on. You might meet a girl, she might have a boyfriend, and maybe she does like you, but she doesn't want to feel like she's cheating on her boyfriend. So she'll take the Instagram. She'll be like, yeah, you know, let's go hang out sometime. And then she gets home and she's like, oh, I don't want to go hang out with this guy because I got my boyfriend back home. Even if she doesn't like the boyfriend, she still might not go out with you just because she doesn't want to feel like a cheater. So that could be a reason why something stupid could happen. You know, not stupid. Like my example, I'm not going to say is stupid, but something random could happen. Maybe her grandmother died. Maybe her cat ran away. She's feeling a little bit depressed. She got a bad grade in her final. Who knows? There's a bunch of stuff that could be happening that might keep her from wanting to go on a date with you. So I just think it's not the best. It's not the most time effective way to talk to girls, going out on, and cold approaching. But I do think it's effective to a degree. And I think if you don't have any place if you don't really have events if you don't have any groups that you're in where there's girls, or any classes or anything like that where there's girls around, I think cold approaching is probably a good place to start. And I think the good thing about cold approaching is that it gets you comfortable with rejection, which you probably will have to get comfortable with to talk to girls, because girls will reject you. And one thing about rejection, I learned this the hard way. Don't take rejection personally, because girls, they're not rejecting you because they don't know you. You go up to a girl, you say hi, she ignores you, she walks away. Okay, she didn't even know anything about you. You could be like a multi-millionaire, smartest guy on the planet, super cool, 7-inch dick. I don't know. The reason why she's rejecting you is because she's just not interested in that point in time for whatever reason in her head. Who knows? She might even find you attractive. She just might not be interested. She's closed for business. Doesn't matter. Move on. Some girls are just, they have their barrier up by default. I wouldn't let it get to you. Don't take rejection personally, because she doesn't know you, so she can't reject you personally. That's the way I view it. One thing I recommend, I touched on this earlier about the bar thing. Go quickly. If you see a girl you think she's attractive, just go talk to her, man. Don't be that guy who's contemplating it. Don't delay it, because you'll get in your head and you won't do it. I think even I don't know, man. I think some guys try to rationalize stuff. They'll be like, oh, maybe she's a boyfriend. Maybe she's busy. Maybe she's got this stuff going on. Just fucking go. Just go up, talk to her. I would say if you do go up, a few things I would do. One thing I would say, go up with a question and don't make it a close-ended question. So don't say hi, how are you? Because her response could be good or bad. And then it just closes off. Now you got to struggle for something else to say to follow up. Then the conversation is boring. I mentioned earlier, girls like excitement. Girls don't like to be bored. Girls don't like boring conversation. Don't ask close-ended questions. What I try to do, if I have to ask a question, I'll say something that's more scenario-based. You go up to a girl and you say something like, you look like you're a Hufflepuff. If you see a girl and you think she might be like in Harry Potter, because a lot of girls are in Harry Potter. You look like you might be in Hufflepuff. Well, something like that. It's not really a question, but it's like a cold read. They call it in pickup. You go up to a girl, out of curiosity, which house would you be in? Or out of curiosity, which of these Chris's do you like the most? Chris Hemsworth, Chris Pine, or Chris Evans? Something silly like that. Just like some stupid question. Of course, setting depends too. If you're in the grocery store, it's super weird to go up and ask that kind of question, in my opinion. I wouldn't do that in a grocery store. That's more like a bar or club, that kind of question. I would say in a super cold approach, if you're in a really normal area, the thing I like to ask about is clothes, or bring up his clothes. That's probably my go-to thing to cold approach. And I actually did this about a year ago. I remember the girl. Actually, I went up to this one girl. She was wearing this snake skin. It was the snake skin dress. It was actually pretty. It was a pretty cool design. I go up to this girl and I say to her, I don't remember the exact line actually. I was just like, oh, that's a dope dress. Something silly like that. I don't think I was trying that hard. I said oh, that's a very dope dress. Did you kill a snake to make that? Something stupid like that. She laughed and she's like, oh, what do you think about the dress? And we started talking about the dress, and then talked more, got her phone number, whatever. Went on a date. We'll get to that point, actually going on the date, but it was just something stupid. I just went up and said something. I don't think you should don't get too deep in your head about what to say. Just say something. Don't make it a closed-ended question. Don't say how are you? I think that's stupid. If you do have to ask a question, I don't like to say, can I ask you a question? Because that leaves her open to say no or yes. But most, like I said, girls' barriers are up, so she might just say no. I like to say, let me ask you a question, because let me ask you a question sounds more authoritative. It kind of implies status, and I'm going to get into it later, but quick spoiler alert, girls are attracted to status. That's what I've come to find. Girls like status. So if you say to a girl, let me ask you a question, it's better than can I ask you a question. Can I ask you sounds more like submissive. It sounds more like you're almost a student in a classroom. Teacher, can I ask a question? Can I go to the bathroom? You're asking for permission. Let me ask you a question sounds like I'm just going to ask regardless of what you think, because I don't care. Obviously, don't think about that in a creepy way. Don't think about that in like a negative way. It just implies status. Is basically why I think you should say, let me ask you a question instead of can I. I think let is better than can, because can is for permission. Let is more authoritative. Does that make sense? Good. All right. If you can't tell, man, I'm trying to spit out mad game to you guys, and my voice is going right now. So you should be grateful, because this is a free course. It's unorganized. It's unstructured. It's all over the place. But the content is fire. So, next thing. Let's see. Yeah, open with something unique. Be authentic. I've seen some dudes, and I was guilty of this myself. You go up to a girl and say like, "Oh, you're really pretty," whatever. I mean, if you're an attractive guy, I think that works fine. I think if you're like a dude that's like attractive or tall or in good shape, fair enough. That'll probably work pretty well. I think for the average dude, saying that a girl's pretty, I wouldn't do it. Just one, it's generic as fuck. It's very generic. And I think girls don't like generic statements like that. It's like pickup lines. Like, I don't like pickup lines. I don't think girls like pickup lines, because a pickup line is copy and paste. You can say that to 1,000 different girls without any effort, you don't have to even look at the girl. You go up to a random girl. I have a buddy of mine who loves pickup lines, and you go up to a girl and be like, "Oh, you dropped something." My jaw. I've never personally witnessed, actually that's a lie. I've one time witnessed a girl actually laugh at that. Most of the time, maybe like twice actually, most of the time I see a girl, they get really repulsed by that. I do not know why they get so offended, but so many girls I've met, if you try a pickup line, they get offended. A lot of girls I meet, if you try something like generic, like, "Oh, you're pretty," they just say like, "Oh, thanks," and they just walk away. It doesn't mean anything. And I think it doesn't mean much, because girls get validated by guys in their DMs and on, in real life saying you're so pretty. That's all guys say. It holds no weight anymore. So my personal approach to that is say something authentic and say something unique to her. For example, you see a girl with tattoos. You got some dope tattoos. I would be specific too. Like if you see a girl with like an angel tattoo, I would ask like, "Oh, that's a dope angel tattoo. What's that about?" It's something about her. It's unique to her. It's not generic. Because I bring up the tattoo things. I've met a lot of girls with tattoos, and I like to open up with tattoos if they have them, because I actually do personally like tattoos, especially on girls. I like girls with tattoos. But I found that a lot of guys will just say like, "You have cool tattoos," because they saw the tattoos, but they didn't care about the tattoos. They just wanted to find some way to talk to the girl. And I've actually met a lot of girls who get like really like turned off by, they're like, "You don't care. You just trying to like flirt with me. I don't want to talk to you about my tattoos." Or they'll be like, "Oh, I haven't heard that one before." Like if they hear it too much, it just doesn't hold any value. So be authentic. Try to find something that other guys don't always bring up. The worst thing to say is, to me, unless you're like, again, tall and attractive or some kind of Chad, don't say like, "Oh, I think you're really pretty." It's just, if you have to say something, say it, but I wouldn't. It's not my go-to. What's the next one? Yeah, I've already mentioned that going out of your way to talk to girls, I'm not a fan of. You can do it in a funny way, in my opinion. If you're like over the top about it, go for it. In general, I think if a girl's nearby you, if she's like within your arm's reach or, a little close to you, go for it. Say hi, do whatever, strike up a conversation. Use one of the techniques I just mentioned. Talk to her. If she's like a mile away, I don't see the need to go sprint out of your way, unless you were going that way and you think you'll cross past her because she's in a stationary position and you're going that way, or whatever. If you think you're going to cross past organically, go for it. But don't be that guy who derails yourself to go talk to a girl if she's very far away. I don't think it's worthwhile. I think she'll catch it. I think she'll notice it most of the time. And she might be flattered again if you're like a good looking guy, if she was already kind of like into you. I think in general, if you're going from like cold, it might come off as like low status. And I think the worst thing to do with the girl is come off as low status. Low status and boring is probably two of the worst things I think you can look like to a girl. So I just personally don't recommend it. All right, next one. Instagram, I think, is a decent way to play the shy introvert game. But I think Instagram is one of the best dating apps out there. The issue with Instagram is that it's much like Tinder, where you have to have like a lot of good photos. You have to kind of make your lifestyle look exciting. You have to make your lifestyle look fun for girls to be intrigued or for them to give enough of a fuck about who you are. And it depends, of course. I like followers, stuff like that. You have to have some kind of clout. You have to look like you have status to really get the girl's attention, to really get her to care, if you're going to go for the cold approach on Instagram. Now, I'm not going to lie. I sometimes slide in girls' DMs on Instagram. Currently, as I'm doing this video, I have about like 9,000 something followers. I think like 9,000 something. Yeah, like 9,000 followers. I have a few decent photos, but if I'm being honest, on my Instagram, it's super boring, I think, for most girls. It's just like content, like about self-improvement, stuff like that, health, wealth, and relationships like socializing, not like dating. I don't do too much dating content besides like this video, because I don't think it's that important in the grand scheme of life, for everybody at least. But I think I bring this up because I will DM a girl and I'll see her look at my stories. And I've had a few girls like ask about certain pictures, but they don't stay super engaged. Now, part of that could be me not texting that efficiently. And I'll be completely honest. That's one thing I cannot help you with that much is text game. My text game's okay. It's not great. It's okay. It's decent. I don't like to text that much. If I talk to a girl like Instagram or by text, my goal is to stop texting and to meet her in real life. I don't like doing that whole long string of text messages. Personally, I just don't like texting that much because I got other stuff to do. I just don't feel like it. Second, it gets boring. It's hard to be clever. It's hard to be clever by text, in my opinion, because you can't install like tonalities and I don't know. If you tell a story in real life, the way you tell the story affects people's perception of the story. To type out a story by text is tough to me. I can't do it. I don't really want to do it. I don't care to do it. I think it's boring. It's inefficient. But yeah, so you can slide in the girls' DMs. I think some girls, if you seem like you have status, if you seem clouded, the more clouded, the more status they think you have, the more the response. Followers helps. Good photos help. I think lifestyle is probably the best thing you can do on Instagram. If you have photos of you having a good lifestyle, being around friends, taking high quality photos, if you're in shape, obviously that helps. Go to different places. That works well. I don't do that. I plan on doing it in the future. I just don't care to do it right now because I'm focused on other stuff. But I bring that up just because if you do DM girls, in my opinion, I do think there's some percentage of girls that just don't check their DMs because they probably get so many that they just don't even open them. I think most girls in general do see their DMs. They do see who messages them. They don't open them because they don't want the read receipt, but they do see them. And if they feel like talking to you, they will talk to you. Like I said, I've DM'd girls, and what I see is they'll look at my stories because I'll see my stories. I'll scroll up and see who looked at my stories, and I'll see them. So, which to me means they did see the message. They saw it come in. They're looking at my lifestyle to see if I'm worthy of speaking to, and from there they determine, I'm not gonna fucking talk to this guy, or they will talk, whatever. It just depends. I would say if you go the Instagram route, have good photos, have a good lifestyle, demonstrate the lifestyle by stories, if you can. Otherwise, I don't think Instagram's the best way. Just because you'll probably meet a girl with like at least 1,000 followers. A lot of girls get like 1,000 followers at least by default because they're just at least attractive, and every girl's thirsty. Every guy's thirsty, so every guy follows them or likes their photos. Most dudes, I feel like, unless you have like a good social circle, or unless you're doing something like cool like sports or something like that, you probably don't have many followers. So that's my opinion. Yeah, Instagram can work. It's tough to work if you don't have photos. It kind of suffers from the dating app problem I mentioned earlier. In my personal opinion, the best way to meet girls is social circle. Having a good social circle, to me, is the best way to meet girls. And part of the reason why social circle is the best way to meet girls is because, in my personal opinion, from what I've found, girls like, one, status. Two, they like social proof, and social proof is huge with girls. I've heard I remember when I was first trying to get into pickup, two main sources I would listen to, and if I were you, I'd actually listen to them too. Jason Capital, to me, is probably one of the best dating coaches out there. He doesn't do dating coaching anymore, but back in the day, he was like one of the best. I think today he still gives the best advice. Second is The Art of Charm. Now, the art of charm still exists today, but the art of charm that exists today is not the same art of charm that existed back when I was trying to get into pickup. Back then, it was originally called the Pickup Podcast, and then they changed their name to the Art of Charm. And then, long story short, they basically the people that made the company broke up. So one of the main guys started his own new podcast called The Jordan Harbinger Show. But if you scroll through the archives, you can find the original Pickup Podcast / original Art of Charm podcast stuff. That's what I used to listen to. I used to apply that stuff. I'd go out and take what they would say and try it out. And it worked fantastically. So go look that stuff up. But Social Circle works extremely well. I learned from them and from a few other things from experience. Girls need social proof. Girls like status, and they like to feel like guys are vetted. One of the things that they were saying, I was getting to that. One of the things that some of those podcasts would say is that one of the ultimate paradoxes of getting girls is that to get girls, you have to already have girls. And that's the paradox. How do you get girls? You need to have girls, but I don't have girls, so how can I get girls? Well, you got to find a girl. And if I could find a girl, I'd have a girl. That's the paradox. I'm going to tell you what I would do to fix that problem. But having a good social circle is the best way, I would say, to get girls. Like I said, you're pre-qualified. You start off warm or as a hot lead by default with social circle, and that's why it's better. 2, it's less competition. It's easier for a girl to, I'll say this, I think a lot of girls, what they look for in a guy, they need comfort, and I think girls look for comfort and security a lot of times as well as status. But when you're just kind of meeting a guy, she wants to feel comfortable around you. Like, is this guy some kind of like serial killer? Is he crazy? Is he a psychopath? If you meet a girl cold, even if you pass her general metrics, like maybe you're tall, maybe you're good looking, maybe you speak very eloquently, maybe you're charismatic, you're still a stranger. And to some degree, she still has some barrier up because you're a stranger. The barrier is dropped if you're pre-vetted. If you know all her female friends and all 4 of her female friends say, hey, I know this guy named Leviticus. He's mad cool. Come to the party he's throwing. Come meet him. She's far more inclined to be receptive to you. She's far more inclined to feel comfortable around you because all of her friends feel comfortable and they've already pre-screened you. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm going to start speeding up because my voice is like going out. And since this is a free course, I'm trying to finish this in one setting. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do like multiple videos because I got to edit this and it's a pain in the ass. So take out your notebooks, take some notes. I'm going to go fast, speed round. I'm almost at the end of this. Whew, another 3 more hours to go. But yeah, social circle is the best way to go. First thing I would do, have a good Instagram. I know I mentioned earlier that Instagram's not a great place to DM girls, but I think in general having a good Instagram helps you. What's a good way to put it? It helps make you look higher status to girls. And what I mean by this is, even if, say you have 4 female friends, say they have a 5th friend, they introduce you to their 5th friend, you'll probably still exchange Instagrams nowadays. If your Instagram looks at least decent, if you look like you have a good social life in general, it keeps up the appearance that you are high status. And I'm not saying appearance as if you're faking it. Don't fake it. What I am saying is that you want to look as high status as possible to the girl, relatively speaking. And a good way to do that is with a good Instagram. Now, in this situation, because you're not cold DMing a girl, you're not trying to like qualify just as a stranger, you don't need to be super extravagant, in my opinion. You don't need to have like photos in Miami, photos in Bali, photos in like Thailand. You don't need to be like some kind of world traveler. What I would suggest, have photos with other girls on your Instagram. Don't be excessive about it. Don't be crazy about it. But having other girls in your photos makes you look more pre-qualified and it makes you look more high status to the girl. Hopefully that makes sense. And I bring this up. I've told my friends this, that to have photos with other girls. Girls look at your Instagram. Trust me when I say this. Girls will look at your Instagram. I've seen so many girls where like they'll talk to you and they'll be like I've had this happen to me where girls will be like, who's the other girl in your photos? Is that your girlfriend or is that whatever? I've had it happen where some of my buddies have girls in their Instagrams and we know a girl that's into him and she'll say like, you know, I like that guy, but I'm kind of nervous to like talk to him because he seems like he could be a player. He's got a lot of girls on his Instagram. Girls notice is the point I'm trying to make. Girls do see that. Girls do you are pre-qualified by having girls in your Instagram. Like I said, don't be extreme about it sometimes. I think if you have only 1,000 photos with just a bunch of different girls and it looks like you're just sleeping around, some girls might be attracted to that. I think a lot of girls might be repelled to a degree because you don't look like a safe bet. You look like you might be the kind of guy that just wants to like sleep around and never talk to them again. And I don't think girls are as motivated to just sleep around as people might think. I think even girls that like do sleep around, they don't want to seem like the kind of girl that sleeps around. So the amount of photos you take with girls, I think, needs to be carefully curated. But definitely have photos with other girls. Have photos of you having fun in general. It'll make you look higher status, and you'll be more qualified to the girls. I would say one great thing you can do: throw parties. Parties are a fantastic way to look higher status. Parties are a great way to be memorable. Parties are a great way to meet more girls. And I don't know, having a party is the best way to have status in your social circle. Think about someone like Hugh Hefner or Dan Bilzerian. People would kill to go to a Dan Bilzerian or Hugh Hefner party. And the way they set up their parties too helps a lot. But there's a thing where, like, if you're the host of something, by default, you are the highest status person there. By default. Like, if you're going out to, say, a dinner, and some guy's paying for the dinner, he's throwing a banquet. He's like, I'm having a dinner Thursday night, 7 p.m., come through, it's all paid for. By default, he's the highest status guy there. You're going to expect him to toast. You're going to expect him to, you're going to know who it is. Everyone's there for him. He's the highest status person at that establishment, at that setting, at that venue. Partying is the same way. If you throw a party, you're the highest status guy there. If girls bring their friends, you're pre-vetted. It's the best way to meet more girls because they'll want to know who's on the party. Kinda depends. But you're in a better situation by throwing parties. And let me just get into this real quick. So back when I was in college, we had this thing called the trap house. Basically, once upon a time, I used to work at a bar. I used to work as a dishwasher and a busser at a bar. I did a lot of other jobs at the time too, but that was one of the jobs I was doing. I worked as a dishwasher and a busser. We were called industry people, for those of you that aren't familiar, that never worked in a bar, that don't know. Because I'm going to say industry people shortly, and I want you to know what that means. And basically, industry people, because they had to work at the bar, they were usually there until close. So they were there until like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., whatever, serving drinks, cleaning up afterwards. They're there until like 3 a.m. I had this place I lived in called the Trap House. It's basically just like me and like two other friends. We had a house together. And it was awesome because we'd always throw parties. And one of the cool things is like all the industry people come, they bring their drinks, they bring their liquor, whatever. And we just party until like 6 a.m., 7 a.m., whatever, until the drinks run out pretty much. So throwing parties makes getting girls so much easier. I'm telling you, you're pre-vetted. I don't want to get too deep into it because I've already said this like 1,000 times, but I just want to reiterate. It's a good strategy. Throw parties. You'll look more high status. And I'm going to go over real quick before my voice goes out, my strategies on throwing a party. Because I'm going to be honest, I've gone to a lot of parties. I went to Penn State, which is a party school, one of the best party schools in America. A lot of people throw really shitty parties. I think I throw great parties. I think when I throw parties, they go pretty well. And I've thrown some really shitty parties myself to know what not to do when I throw a party. So I'm going to go over what I recommend you do when you throw a party. 1, play music that girls like. I've gone to so many parties where the dudes play the worst music. They play music that guys like. Like I've gone to parties where they're playing like heavy metal and only heavy metal, or like some over the top like techno stuff. And I think to some degree, I'm not saying that music's bad. What I am saying is that if you're going to go out and have a party, play music that everyone likes so everyone can enjoy the party. Don't play music that only you like or maybe like 2 of your boys like. Because why would you do that? Like, the party's for everyone to enjoy. Really, the party's for them. It's not for you. It's for them, for the guests that show up. So have music that the guests like. Just play pop music, man. It's easy. Play like a simple playlist. Play some like old 90s party. Play like a YouTube 90s playlist. Spotify, Pandora. They all have playlists pre-built. Just play a playlist. Don't make it complicated. Play stuff girls like. Remember, if you're throwing a party, probably as a guy, you're throwing a party to get girls there. I don't really know why guys throw parties and invite like 1,000 dudes. They invite like no girls. They don't have stuff for the girls. And they wonder why the girls leave and why the party's boring. It's like, well, you threw the party for your guy friends, not for your girl, not for your female friends. Throw the party for the females. Let's see, what else? Number 2, have music before the girls show up. This is a big one. Not even just have music. The fun should, the girls, this is my thing with parties, the girls should walk into the party. They should walk into the fun. So what I would do, if I'm throwing a party from scratch, you get a few of your male friends. Another thing I would do too, real quick, don't invite 1,000 male friends. Guys have nothing to do. If you have 10 guy friends and you invite them to go to a party that you're throwing, all 10 will show up. If you have 10 female friends to go to a party that you're throwing, 1 will show up. That's my rule of 10%. What you should do, invite 2, like invite a very small amount, like 2, depending on the size of the party, like 2 or 3, a few guys that are super, super, super cool. Guys that won't creep girls out, guys that won't scare girls away, guys that aren't weird. Invite them to your party. Invite as many females as you possibly can. But what you want to do, have at least one more girl than there is guys that you know will definitely show up, and have them show up before the official party begins. So what I do when I throw a party, I always tell people to come an hour earlier than the actual time I want them to come. So if I want to have people here at like, say, 10 p.m., I tell people to come at like 9 or 8:30. And the reason why I do this is because in my experience with throwing parties, people always show up an hour late. Always people show up an hour late because people don't want to come in at the beginning. They want to come in when the party's already going on. So that's why I do this. Now, if I want the party to begin at 10, I tell people come at 9, knowing that every girl that shows up will come at like 10:30, 11. They're going to come late. The dudes will probably be there around like 10 because guys have nothing else to do. If you do invite more guys, they'll be there at 10. Have your closest male friends that are really cool come on time at 9, and have girls that you know also come on time at 9. Like girls that are really cool, that are cool friends, that know you're trying to throw a party, and they know why, maybe they know you're trying to get girls, whatever. Like the girls that you're closest with, have them come, have fun before the actual main party begins. You want to already have the fun going when people come in. Have the music going, have everything set up, have the drinks already out and made, have fun. The party should be in full swing by the time the guests actually arrive. I once went to a party. It was supposed to be a party at least. A buddy of mine says, like, come to my party. It's happening at 9. I get there. Of course I got there on time because I didn't have anything else to do at the time. I got there at 9. There's like 5 dudes sitting around, no music, no games, just drinking beers, just talking about nonsense, which is fine. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but for the sake of a party, it's a terrible thing. I get there. I tell my buddy, I'm like, if any girls show up, they're not going to stay. And he's like, why? I was like, because it's not fun. It's cool for a bunch of guys to sit around and just drink and not, be talking about bullshit. But the girls don't want to come into bullshit. They want to come into fun. So, an hour passes by, because of course girls don't show up on time. It was about like 10, maybe like 10:30. Girls finally text, they're like, yeah, we're on the way. Of course the guys are getting excited. Now, again, every rule that I would say about parties, these guys broke. I think there was like, how many guys were there? There were like 8 guys, I think. There were 8 guys to start. Too many guys. Not all the guys were cool in the sense that you don't want guys who are just overly thirsty, because then when girls show up, they get too excited and they try their best to like be the first guy to talk to the girl because they're trying to compete with the other guys there, and they end up scaring the girls away. I'm not saying girls don't like attention, but I am saying that if you give a girl too much attention too early on at a party, I think it's like creepy to girls. I think they don't like that. They don't like being harassed or hit on like that, like tough. So it scares them away. So the girls finally show up. It's like 3 girls, and they were pretty cool. They brought their own drinks. Big no-no in my opinion. I'm not saying girls can't bring their own drinks. I am saying that if you throw a party, have fucking drinks. Have a lot of drinks. Have plenty of drinks. Have strong drinks. Have like your vodka seltzers. Have your Truly. Have the stuff for girls. Have the strong stuff for the guys. If the girls want the strong stuff, let them have the strong stuff. Quick trick I used to do back in college, because sometimes if you buy cheap vodka, because we were broke, super broke back then. If you buy cheap vodka, girls will complain and they won't drink it. And they'll be like, ugh, you have cheap vodka, and some will leave. The thing about vodka and like drinks like that, my personal opinion, people cannot tell the difference between an expensive liquor and cheap liquor. Some people claim they can, and some people probably can. Most people I meet cannot fucking tell the difference. So what I used to do back in college, on one occasion, you do get a very expensive bottle of like vodka or tequila, whatever. And then what you do, once you finish it, you save the bottle. Then what you do afterwards, you get cheap vodka, like that $6 vodka that has like, it's just pure vodka. Like it'll destroy you. You pour it all into like the expensive, like, I don't know expensive brands off the top of my head, but like an expensive brand of vodka. You serve that. And you make it seem as if like when people come, they're like, oh, you got vodka? Yeah, I got this expensive vodka. You pour it, you pour the cheap vodka from the glass of the expensive vodka. People can't tell. They can't taste the difference. They probably can, but they don't know any better. So that's what I used to do. A quick little hack about buying drinks. Because you don't want to break the bank on drink. You don't want to break the bank on parties. Because I've also found in parties I've thrown in the past, a lot of times people won't show up. Or they show up super late. Or they waste drinks. Like you might buy too many drinks and then people just don't drink them because not enough people show up. So you want to buy enough drinks to make the party last as long as it can, as long as you want it to last. But you don't want to be so over the top that you waste money. And I've seen so many people do that. I've done that myself. You buy a lot of food, you buy a lot of snacks, you buy a lot of drinks. People just don't come. They waste it all, and then you have to throw it away. Just don't do it, man. You got to buy like an adequate amount. So you have to like really have an idea of who's going to show up. But going back to the story, I'm getting off track. Free course, still getting game. So, suck it up, deal with it. The girls show up. They brought their own drinks. There weren't really other drinks at this party. Like the guys that were there, they bought like one case of beer. I don't know what they were thinking. The girls bring their own case. One of the guys tries to drink one of the girls' drinks. She gets pissed off. The girls leave, and they're like, you know what? We're going to go out to a bar. This is like a Tuesday night, too, by the way. It's also a terrible day for a party. I don't know what bar was open at 2 p.m. I'm sorry, on Tuesday at like 10 p.m. But these girls left. They went to a different bar. And people were saying at the party, they were like, yeah, it's because this guy asked for a drink. And I was like, no, it's not because he asked for a drink. It's because the setup of the party itself was terrible. There's 8 dudes. They were the only girls that showed up. There's no drinks. There's no fun. Like, we're just sitting around. There's no games happening. Girls don't want to start the party. They don't want to be the initiators of the party, in my opinion. They want to walk into the party already in progress. They want to walk into the peak of the party and enjoy the peak while it's there. So have the party before the girls get there. That's my thing. You want the girls to have fun. You want everyone to have fun, but especially the girls. For the sake of dating, because again, this whole course is about you going from not having girls to having a girlfriend. Yeah, I want to reiterate this. Be careful of what guys you invite to parties. I've met some guys that think that the ratio needs to be equal, 50% guys, 50% girls. I don't believe that at all. Ideally, you want 10% guys, 90% girls. For the sake of length for this video, I'm not going to get into all the reasons why I think you should do that. But I will say it's good to not have 1,000 people, to not have too many guys, because too many guys, especially if you don't know them, one, they're overly competitive. If you have too many guys, they're all going to try to talk, because let's be real. If there's a hot girl at a party, every guy's going to want to talk to the hot girl. And if you have a lot of guys there, especially if they don't know you, they don't know if you're going to try to talk to the girl. If it's your party, you probably want to talk to the hottest girl there. They're going to crowd her. They might scare her away. They might get her. Maybe it's a dude that's just got better game than you or whatever. He might outperform you. He might get the girl. So now, you fucking suck that night. But he might get the girl. He might try to start a fight with you. Anything could happen, man. Sometimes you get weird people at parties. They bring drugs. They bring trouble. You don't know these people. Sometimes they steal. just don't do it, man. They break shit, and because they don't know you, because they don't live there, they don't give a fuck about like your property. I've had it happen. Trust me. Don't do it. Invite only certain dudes that you know. Invite a handful of guys. Make the ratio 10 for every one guy there. There should be 10 girls. That's my thing. I think that works extremely well. And I'll tell you a quick story. Once upon a time, I threw a party, and there was this one girl, super cute girl. Like I wanted to. I'll just say date her. Interpret that as you will. I invited her to this party. I actually did not think she was going to show up. I really didn't think she was going to show up. And she did show up. And we were vibing the entire night. It was a great party. And we invited this one guy. And this one guy got into a fight with somebody else at the party. I wasn't even involved. She wasn't even involved. But these two guys got into a fight. It didn't even break out into like a fist fight. It was just like a huge altercation that it caused everyone at the party to stop partying and break them up and make sure they didn't fight. So effectively, these two guys stopped the party just to have everyone deal with their bullshit. Long story short, she was so upset by them fighting or almost about to fight that she was like, you know what? I don't want to be here anymore. I'm just stressed out by this. And she went home. And of course, when she went home, the other girls were like, well, you know what? She's going home. I'm going to go home too. The other girls went home. Party's done. Party was over. Party was ended by just two dudes getting into a fight. That's it. So the point I'm making is that if you bring guys that you don't know, they'll get into a fight. They just do dumb stuff, and it ruins the party. If you're trying to find a girl, it ruins you. It ruins your status because now you're the guy who's throwing terrible parties. So now you can't throw any more parties because the previous parties were shit. And my personal opinion, I think girls will, when you invite girls and stuff, they vet, and internally they think about the best possible scenario for them that night. So a girl might have like 10 different invitations to 10 different things. Bar, party, stay inside, movie, whatever, date. They're filtering out which of these 10 things seems the most fun to me. Bar 1 sounds okay. Bar 2 sounds okay. Not a date. Not a movie. Boring. It's Friday night. I want to go out. Club sounds very good. Party, maybe. Who's on the party? This guy's on the party. That guy's lame. His last party, some guys fought. I don't want to be around that. I'm going to the club. I think that's how girls filter out what they're doing in a night. You don't want to be that guy who has like shitty parties to make yourself have a bad reputation so girls don't come out to your future parties. You want to be high status. You want to have good parties so that way more people come to the next party. You want to have a good reputation of being the party thrower. Back when we had the trap house, we had a good reputation of throwing parties. People came to our parties. People loved it. Of course, because they're industry people too. People, they kind of had to because there's no other parties to go to. I guess other people could have thrown parties, but why not? Just come to our house. Our house was cool. And I've had other houses I lived in too where we threw parties and our parties were lit. People came by, throw good parties. It's basically the Cliff Notes version of it. Throw good parties. Have a good reputation of parties. Let's see. Another thing I want to bring up with throwing parties. Take advantage of the idea of FOMO. And so what I mean by this is if you throw a party, one of the best things you can do is have other people you know invite other people. Like, how do I put this? Say you want to invite a girl, let's just call her Sarah. Say you want Sarah to come to your party. One of the best things you can do is this. You invite Sarah. Now she knows about the party, but like I said earlier, she's filtering it out from what you invited her to and what the other 9 people invited her to. Now, have your friend Johnny invite her to the party. Oh, Sarah, there's a party going on at Leviticus's place. It's going to be epic, man. Everyone's going. And now she's like, maybe it might be better than the club. Maybe it might be better than that party, that other party. Maybe it might be better than this bar. I might go. Have your friend Emily invite her. Hey, Emily, or hey, Sarah, are you going to the party? Oh, you're going, Emily? Yes, sir, I'm going to the party. Leviticus is throwing this cool party. It's going to be lit. He's going to have the best drinks. He's going to have all these games. It's going to be so many people there. You going? I don't know, but I guess I will go now because like 3 people invited me. Use FOMO to your advantage. Make your party seem like it's so lit and it's going to be so epic that you don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss out. Now, what I would do, and I've done this before, even if the party isn't that good, I would take videos to make it look like it's as lit as possible. So all the times when people are having fun, take a video, take a photo. Photo might be a bit hard to catch on the spot, but take a quick video. Of course, don't be creepy about the videos, but take a quick video. Make the party look lit. Post it on social media. Even people don't come out. A lot of people don't come out. And the reason why you do this is because you want to build that reputation that all your parties are lit. You want people to feel like, oh, fuck, I missed out on that last party. Damn, I want to go to that next one. That last one looked lit. People were having a good time. People were drunk. People were having some, they were, in costumes, playing some cool games. I saw beer pong. I saw beer Olympics. It's crazy stuff going on. I want to go to that next one. Meanwhile, it could be like 8 people that turned up. Who knows? But there's 8 people. As far as they know, there are 800 people. Obviously, you're not Hugh Hefner. You don't have a mansion. You probably can't get 800 people. I'm exaggerating. But the point I'm trying to make is that you want to make the party look as lit as possible. You want to make it look like a lot of people showed up. And you want to make it look like everyone that showed up had a great time. So use FOMO to your advantage. Que mas? This is a big one. If you throw a party, actually watch the party and be like attentive to the party. Don't be that guy that throws a party and he's the drunkest one at the party. I've made that mistake myself, and it don't do it, man. I'll tell you why in a second. One, you want to monitor the party. You want to have a good impression on people. It's almost like inviting people to a dinner and bailing on the dinner. It just makes you look bad. Don't do it. Like, be attentive. Have fun with people, of course. I'm not saying don't drink. I'm not saying don't have fun. But don't be that guy who, like, you throw the party and you're the first person taking like 1,000 shots. Thinking the first one passed out. And everyone's just free to roam in your house doing whatever they want to do. It's a terrible idea. By me saying that, I'm sure you can think of a few reasons why you don't want to be that guy. We've had situations where we've thrown parties when we've gotten too drunk. You wake up, some people are just still at your house, strangers. You're like, who the fuck are you? They're just sitting in your basement just sleeping. You don't want that. I've had one situation where we threw a party and our tub, we had a tub in one of our houses. Someone destroyed the faucet. They destroyed the tub faucet. How did they destroy it? Who knows? No one told us who did it. Of course not. Why would they tell you who? I don't know who did it. Someone destroyed it. This is my guess. My guess is someone got too drunk after we all left, went to the bathroom, probably to take a piss, fell backwards, tried to catch themselves, probably landed on the faucet because there's probably a dude, broke the faucet, didn't say anything because he didn't want to get in trouble because he didn't have to pay for it, and bailed and left. Man, we've had people come to the party after we fall asleep and drive, and they hit someone's car on the way out. Don't do it. Stay sober. Stay sober enough where you can monitor the party. You want to be the very last person to leave the party. Now, obviously, if you're co-hosting the party, if you have like 3 other people that you're partying, that you're hosting the party with, then you can figure out who's going to be that last guy standing. Fair enough. But if you're throwing the party by yourself, stay up for the entire party. Don't bail on the party early. Don't be that guy, because I've seen this happen where like the guy throws a party, maybe some girl's into him, he tries to sleep with the girl, then all chaos breaks loose, house is destroyed, everyone leaves, house is a mess, everything's broken. He's trying to figure out what happened, but he doesn't know, because who can you hold accountable? Everyone, you don't know who stayed and who left because you were off with some girl. Or you got too drunk and you had to pass out. Just don't do it, man. It's not a good idea. Be the last man standing at your party. I guarantee you it'll be the best case scenario for you. Unless you have someone to watch your party for you that you can trust. Okay. So that was kind of the main ways I would say to get the girl. That was kind of the whole, step-by-step way to get the girl. Social game, I think, is the best game. I think because it's ROI positive. It's easy to do. And as you become more... As you start to build up your social circle, some of the girls will introduce you to their friends. It'll just make life a lot easier. Trust me. I think cold approaching works well if you want to start from scratch, and if you really just have like free time, you really just want to like go talk to girls, or if you're out and you see an attractive girl like at Starbucks or some coffee shop or a bookstore, whatever, go for it. But yeah, social game is the best game in my opinion. Don't do dating apps; they suck. Instagram is okay if you have a cool life, but that takes work to curate that. To curate your Instagram to look as if you have a good life. If you're someone like me that uses Instagram primarily for like content and producing, and you don't clean it up and you don't really cater, you don't pick your photos specifically to look good. You do it for to sell products or for content marketing, whatever, then it might not work as well. Stick to social game. Trust me on that. Next thing I'm going to go over quickly, rules of the game. And what I mean by rules of the game, these are just some mindset hacks that I've had over the years. Things I found to be true. These are just my opinion, but these are things I found to be true. Things that once held me back from talking to girls or from approaching or from whatever, from just feeling like I could even be successful with girls, period. But yeah, so I call these rules of the game. Take them for what they're worth. My first one, leagues don't exist when it comes to attractiveness. A lot of guys will see a girl and say, oh, she's out of my league. Oh, you meet this hot girl, you think you're not that attractive. Well, she's out of my league. I don't believe leagues exist. I'll put it this way, though. There are some girls I think won't give you the time of day just because they're clouded up or whatever. They're super hot. Is she out of your league in the sense that she's better than you? No. Is she out of your league in the sense that she probably just won't talk to you because she doesn't see you as being high status? Sure. But I wouldn't let that hold you back from talking to girls. I would always have the mindset that you are the highest status guy compared to any girl you talk to. I don't think you should have a mindset that puts you in a bad position. As far as you know, she's just some basic girl. And the reality is that she could just be some basic girl. Like, you meet a lot of girls that are hot. They don't really have much else going for them besides hotness. They have no personality. They're not interesting. They have like cookie cutter personalities. Don't believe in the idea of leagues. There's plenty of dudes out there that aren't that good looking, that aren't that attractive, that still get with like super hot girls. It could be you. I'm not saying that you're ugly. You're probably a good looking guy. You're probably, no, not even probably. You are a good looking guy. You're a handsome dude. Don't believe that you're anything less than that. Just because she's hot, just because she might have a nice body, she's not out of your league. You just don't know her yet. So don't disqualify yourself from getting to know her. Does that make sense? I would take the approach that every girl is equal in appearance too. Some guys get a bit intimidated, and they see a girl and think that because she's hot, she might not want to talk to him. I've actually found back in the past that some of the hotter girls that I've met, at least, and nowadays it's a bit different with Instagram, so I'm not going to say this is completely true because of Instagram, but back then, before Instagram was big, a lot of the hotter girls I'd meet, they did not have a lot of guys talk to them because I think most guys disqualified themselves before they even tried to talk to the girl. And then you get the few guys that try to like flirt with her in like the creepiest, cringiest ways, and she's just automatically repelled. But in general, I think most guys disqualified themselves. So most guys weren't actually talking to her. Most guys were talking to like, we're going to use a scale here because all guys do this. It's not meant to be offensive or disrespectful. Because I know like, I don't know why any girl will watch this, but I know some girls are like, oh my God, you're using a scale, even though girls use scales too. But in general, she was, I think a lot of guys really hit on the 7s or 8s. I think those are probably the hardest girls because they get the most attention and they're the most likely to reject you because they get so much attention and they have so many options. I think if you're the kind of girl who's so hot that you can get flown out to like Bali and Dubai, then good luck with that. You probably have to be like some millionaire or super, super, super high status or have like some elite level game and elite level tactics to get her. You probably won't get her because she probably won't be around to get. That's a whole different thing, I would say. I think in general, if you're talking about like a local girl, a relatively hot girl in your local area, I think that kind of girl, a lot of guys probably aren't approaching her the same way. They're probably not talking to her as much. So just keep in mind, she's not out of your league. I would take even the hottest girl and assume that she's just as average as any other girl. Don't pedestalize her. Treat her the way you treat any other girl, whether or not a girl's unattractive or super attractive. Treat them both the same way. Try your best. I think that's probably the best strategy. I have a rule with groups. I have a few different things I do with groups of girls. My personal opinion, I tried to avoid approaching gigantic groups of girls. I think if you're with friends, you can pull this off if your friends are good at like talking to girls. If you're by yourself, I think it's high risk, low reward, in my opinion. If you're a dude by yourself and you see a group of like 5 girls and you try to approach them, I think in general you're going to have a hard time getting any of the girls because the girls are going to be very overprotective. Even if a girl at that group likes you, her friends are probably going to like just disqualify you, and then she'll just not. She's not going to be that girl who like goes against the group just to get you. I don't see too many situations where it'll work out favorably. I think if it's a group and you kind of know most of the girls in the group, maybe it can work out. But that's probably a rare situation where you meet a group of like 5 girls or 4 girls, and you know like 3 or 4 of them. Obviously if you know the girls, and it's not really a cold approach, so it's not the same. But in general, if you're just going up to a random group of girls and you're trying to like talk to one of them, it's tough, man. I wouldn't try it. Go for it. I'm not saying don't do it. There's not really that much to lose besides I'm just saying like fuck off or go away. Or they'll probably politely just say like, oh, this girl's night out, we're just here with our friends, but thank you. They'll probably say that. They'll probably be like nice about it. The point I'm making is that you probably won't get much out of it. So me personally, I don't go out of my way to do it. But do what you like on that one. We're getting the speed round because I'm getting tired and my throat is like bailing on me. I'm not going to be able to talk tomorrow, but I'm doing it for you guys because I love you and I'm trying to help you out. Yeah. If there's 3 girls in a group, I try to make friends with all the girls in the group equally. I've been guilty of this myself, and I've seen a lot of guys who are guilty of this to this day. You see like a group of like 3 girls, and one girl is like super hot and the other 2 aren't that great. Maybe one is like okay, but you're not that interested. You're most interested in the hottest girl there. And what you do is you talk to the 3 girls, but you really talk to the one girl in the group. You're focusing all your attention on just one girl. I would say that is a terrible thing to do. Don't do that. Try to focus on all 3 girls equally. And the reason why I say this is because I mentioned this earlier. Girls kind of go with the group. Girls kind of vet guys collectively, if that makes sense. So if you go into a group setting and 2 of the girls don't like you because you're not paying them any attention, then chances are the 3rd girl won't like you either. Even if she does like you, she's not going to express interest in you around her friends. So you're going to basically shoot yourself in the foot. Second thing with 3 girls, I have personally found that it's easier with 3 girls if you do manage to get one that's into you and you are friends with all 3 of them. It's easier to get the one girl to, let's just say, hang out with you individually than if there's just 2 girls. Does that make sense? If there's just 2 girls, they most likely won't abandon each other just to hang out with you by yourself. And you can interpret hang out by yourself the way you choose to interpret that. If there's 3 girls, no one's left alone. Does that make sense? Because if you're hanging out with the one girl, the other 2 girls have each other, and they can always go home together if they need to. Hypothetically speaking, if you and one of the girls want to hang out, interpret that as you will. So that's my rule with 3 girls. I think 3 is better than like 4, 5, or 6 or anything above that. I think 3 you can actually be by yourself. And I bring this up because a lot of times, back when I tried to learn the whole pickup thing, when I tried to learn game, so to speak, I did it alone. I would go out by myself and try it. So a lot of things I learned was from just being alone and trying to pick up girls by myself. Yeah, if there's 2 girls, unless you have a buddy with you that's really good at like talking to girls, the second one almost always will try to like cock block you. I'm just being honest. It happens. I've had situations where like I'll talk to 2 girls and one girl was like blatantly into it. Like she's flirting back. She's enjoying the conversation and her friend will pull her away. Her friend will just pull her away and you won't see the girl the entire night again. You won't see her, or the friend will get mad at you and she'll make it so uncomfortable of a situation that you really can't do much about it. It's not worth it. If you try to approach 2 girls, again, same with the 3 girls, try to make friends with both of them equally. I would say with 2 girls, man, I would try to play more of a long game. Befriend both of them, hang out with both of them, talk to both of them. If there's one that you like more, of course, try to go on a date with that one girl at some other point through Instagram or through text, something like that. But in general, I wouldn't try on the spot. I wouldn't give one girl more attention than the other. I would give them both equal amounts of attention, unless you have a buddy with you. I'll give you a quick story with 2 girls. I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago. I went back to Penn State, actually. I was visiting Penn State. One of my buddies came down to visit, and we were out at a club. And I'm sitting there at the club. Me and my boys are there. My one buddy's about to buy shots. He's like, yeah, let's take shots. I'm like, okay, cool, let's take shots. Like I said, when I go out to bars and clubs, I just like to have fun. I don't go out actively to pursue girls. We're taking shots. I'm vibing, dancing, whatever, hanging out. And I see this like tiny, like really cute blonde girl just staring at me. Like she's just looking like in my direction. And of course it's like a crowded bar club, so you don't really know if she's looking at you or she's just looking at something or someone else, whatever. And I talked to my buddy. I was like, yo, like I'm trying to be like sly about it, but she's looking dead at me, so I'm sure she saw me. I'm like, yo, I think that girl's looking at me. And he looks over. He's like, that girl? I was like, yeah, I think that girl's looking at me. And she just keeps staring. So like what I did, I try to be funny. I'm just like, this is what I do sometimes. I just do like a little like funny, stupid wave. And she waves back. So I was like, well, she waved back. So she's looking directly at me. So I got to go talk to her. So I go talk to her, flirting, whatever. Her friend comes over. Her friend kind of starts getting in between the conversation and preventing me from talking to the blonde girl. Now, my one buddy who I was just talking to, and this is game gone wrong, he comes over, and you can't overtly say to your buddy while you're all so close, hey, go talk to this girl, keep her distracted. You can't really do that. You can try to be sly and hope he picks up on it, but if you do it too much, she'll know, obviously, and she'll be offended, and it's going to only make her pull the friend away quicker. That's what it is. He didn't pick up on it. He starts flirting with the blonde girl because she was very cute girl, and he starts flirting with the blonde girl that I'm already flirting with. So it's just bad game in general. Just don't do this. If your buddy is already talking to a girl, don't talk to the same girl. Just like he's already talking to the girl. There's no need for two guys to be talking to one girl. He starts talking to the blonde girl. So now no one's giving that second girl any attention. Now, I didn't want to give her that much attention because I was already talking to the blonde girl, and I don't want the blonde girl to go for my friend. I don't want her to think that I'm not attracted to her. And my friend didn't pick up on any cues. He's trying to go flirt with the blonde girl too. So inevitably, the friend pulls the blonde girl away, and so now neither of us have the blonde girl. But I bring that story up because if there's two girls, the best thing you can do is have your boy talk to the second girl. And just be a wingman. That's really what it comes down to. That's a wingman game. If there's two girls and two guys, it's a good setup. It keeps the one girl distracted. And I'm not saying distracted as if you're trying to like be weird with the first girl, but I found that even if one girl's into you, her friend might sabotage it just out of selfishness. I don't really know why girls do it. I think it's stupid. I guess you just want to go home alone. I don't really know, man. It's just dumb. But don't let it happen. Have a boy with you. And the key is that if you do have a friend with you, he has to know what to do without you saying it. He has to just know. That's really what it comes down to. That's part of the whole game thing. If you tell him, it gets ruined because the girls will hear you. They'll know what you're doing. It'll destroy the whole situation. He needs to know instinctively what to do. He needs to be able to identify what's going on and go attack it. So when it comes to two people, that's what I recommend. Let's see. If you do approach a large group alone, one thing I will say that you can try to do is go for the open-ended question trick that I mentioned earlier. So I'll give another story real quick. Once upon a time, it was maybe a year into moving here in Virginia where I live now. I think it was about a year in. My one buddy from college came to visit me, and he hadn't gone on like dates in a long time actually, and he wasn't having good luck with girls. And I was telling him, I was like, hey, if we go out, I'll be your wingman. We'll try to find you some girls. We'll find someone, bring some back to the house to hang out with. And he's like, okay, cool. And I was like, so we're gonna make a fun story for the night because you're only gonna be here for a day. There's no need to be over serious. You're not gonna like date these girls, whatever like that. So tonight, your name is Jason. You just turned 24 years old. You're trying to have a very fun time. You're very outgoing, very charismatic, and I'm gonna surprise you and find some girls to wish you a happy birthday. That was the game we were trying to play that night. So that was the whole scenario. We go to a bar, a couple of our friends. It was me, him, and we invited two other guys, which was a big mistake. We shouldn't have invited two other guys. I didn't think much about it at the time, but we invited two other guys, so it's four guys. My goal for that night was to find girls for my buddy, Jason. I found a group of I think it was 5 or 6 Brazilian girls. They were kind of like in the corner of this bar. It's like an outdoor bar. By themselves having fun, whatever. I go up to them, ask my open-ended question. Who do you like better, Chris Hemsworth, Chris Evans, or Chris Pine? They didn't even know who they were, who any of those three were. They're like, what is that? Because they're like Brazilian. They were au pairs. And for any of you that don't know what an au pair is, basically an au pair is kind of like a babysitter that lives in a house. If you're rich, you can afford to have someone live with you that takes care of your children while you're out at work. That's basically what an au pair is. So these Brazilian girls are all au pairs. And I go up to them, and they didn't really know who the Chris's were. And I say to them, look, girls, can you do me a favor real quick? I did say can you, but it doesn't matter. Because we had already kind of had a rapport built up. I was like, can you do me a favor? And they're like, oh yeah, sure, what is it? And I was like, my buddy Jason's in town. It's his first time here. He's only going to be here for one night. And he just turned 24 today. So he wants to meet some new people. Could you guys help him by singing him a happy birthday song? And the girl's like, oh my God, it's his birthday. Great, I love it. Oh, it's his birthday. Yeah, we'll go sing happy birthday. And they came over to the table and they sang happy birthday to him. And of course, it was a good way for them to stay over and continue the conversation. I think on my Instagram, actually, in my highlights, I think I actually have a photo of all of us together at that bar. If I find it, I'll try to put it in if I'm not feeling lazy in this 10-hour video. But by the way, real quick, currently it's like 1 a.m. that I'm shooting this. So I've been shooting this for like 2 hours now, over 2.5 hours according to my computer right here. So you guys should be grateful. I'm giving you guys a lot of game. Free course, 3-hour course for free. No email, no opt-in, no credit card, no nothing. Lots of game here. Stuff that took me about almost 10 years to learn for free here on YouTube. Going delirious, going delusional at 1 a.m. in the morning for you guys. Hope you love the video. Like the video. Share the video. But yeah, back to it. So that was how I got the group to come over. Have a little fun question. Be a little bit flirty. Have a reason for them to come over. Make the reason fun and exciting. I think if you can do that, that kind of helps. Now, the issue with that night, just to kind of go a little bit deeper into it, just so you guys can learn something and not make the same mistake that was made that night. A few things happened that night that kind of destroyed the whole game that I had tried to set up and the whole fun of it. There was one girl in the group. All the girls in the group were actually pretty cute. One girl in the group was hot. She was really fucking hot. And we all knew she was hot. And every guy in the group, besides me, because I tried to talk to all the girls. Like I said, I tried to talk to all the girls. Make it fun for everybody. Don't leave any girl out. All the other guys in my group tried to talk to that one girl. So now she's getting attention from 3 guys. And now the other 5 girls are getting attention from 1 guy. But they all see the other guys giving this one girl attention. And my friends weren't like subtle at all. They were very overt about giving this one girl all the attention. And she was actually pretty cool. She was loving the attention. She wasn't mean. She wasn't rude. She wasn't like dismissive. But at one point, you can tell the girls were getting like a little bit annoyed. They were kind of getting bored. They're on their phone, like they start texting, whatever, probably talking to each other, saying like, we should bail, whatever. Don't do that. And that's kind of what killed the night. I just want to kind of give that point, just to kind of reiterate the whole, if you bring guys with you, the guys have to really know the game and they have to keep the game going. What they should have done is they should have all just participated and talked to all the girls. And then based on the reception of that girl, maybe figure out like which one is she most into. Or me personally, since I'm the one that got the girls, I should have been the guy that talked to the hottest one. But I don't really care. I go, my goal is to help other guys. I'm not that big into dating right now. And even at that time, I wasn't that big into like looking for a girlfriend or dating. So it is what it is. My goal for that night was to help my friend out. Really, they should have helped. He should have been the one to get her because the whole night was about him. It was his birthday. So, but it's whatever. Don't do that if you're a guy watching this. Don't sabotage your boys because no one will win. That's a big thing. A lot of guys do that. I've been victim to that a lot of times. I never really sabotage my friends, but I've had many friends sabotage me. Just don't do it, man. It doesn't work out because some dudes think that they're being the kind of guy that'll like win out in the end. Like, oh, if I make my boy look bad, she'll like me instead. She'll hate both of you because she's gonna be like, why are you hanging out with, I think deep down girls will think like, why are you hanging out with a loser? If you're putting your friend down, what's that say about you? So don't do it. Play a game in which all the guys with you win or none of you win. That's really how it is. And if you guys don't all win, then none of you will probably win. In general. Let's see. What else? I've already gone over the status thing, but that's just one thing to emphasize a lot. As a side note, if you've made it this far in the video, status is extremely important to attracting women, in my opinion. I would say one of the best things you can possibly get your hands on. I highly recommend this. I don't get paid to say this. I just think it's probably one of the best books on this topic. One of the best books I've read in general, but especially on this topic. Pick up Jason Capital's book, Higher Status. He goes through all of exactly what status is, like how it's defined, how to increase your status. And we're not talking about status like being rich. We're talking about like general social status around people, relative status. He goes into how to do it. He explains status, and he does talk a little bit more about the whole idea of girls and stuff like that. It's not a dating book. It's just a personal self-improvement book. But I find it to be a fantastic book, and I think it'll help immensely. Once you read the book, a lot of the stuff I'm saying, you won't even really need to like memorize anything or really like, it'll just be embedded in you because you're higher status. Girls like higher status pretty much above all else. And since if you read the book, you'll know how to be higher status. Therefore, you'll be more attractive to women. You'll be more attractive to people in general, but especially to girls. So pick up that book. I've gone over pre-qualification and social proof. One other quick thing about status I want to bring up. I think people make this mistake. Status, in my opinion, is relative to the people around you. Status is not like a ultra hierarchical thing. It is hierarchical to a degree, but some people might say, for example, Jeff Bezos is high status. In general, compared to society, Jeff Bezos might be high status because he's a billionaire. But in a general social setting, Jeff Bezos probably isn't always the most high status guy. If you took, for example, DiCaprio and Jeff Bezos, put them in a room together, even though DiCaprio doesn't have nearly as much money as Jeff Bezos does, I would say most people would consider DiCaprio more high status. More people probably would like him. They'd probably enjoy talking to him more. I think DiCaprio probably comes off as far more charismatic than Jeff Bezos would. He'd probably be a lot more fun and interesting and exciting. In general, status is a very relative thing. And so I bring that up just because it's a funny video I saw recently, like a few weeks ago. And it's not quite tied into status, but it kind of inadvertently displays the whole idea of high status. So basically it's this short guy. And he's on Tinder, swiping, whatever. He meets this one girl, and she's like, in her bio, she puts, "I'm not into short guys." Matches with her. She thinks he's tall, whatever. They meet up. She towers over him, and she says to him in the video, she's like, "Man, I thought you were going to be a lot taller." And he's like, "Oh, I'm pretty tall." And he's like, "Maybe you just don't see it yet." Just like joking. Beforehand, he got all of his boys to pretty much go with him on this date, like behind the scenes. They're watching him behind the scenes. And when he's out with the girl, they're all shorter than him, so they make him seem as if he's super tall. Like he'll be out with this one guy, and his friends will pretend like they're strangers, and they'll be like, "Hey man, you're really tall. Can you help me reach this box?" And the guy will get the box, and they'll be like, "Thanks man, you're really tall." And he'll be like, "Yeah, I get it all the time. That's what it is." Some other guy will be like, "Hey, can you help me get this thing? You're like really tall." Basically, all the guys are boosting him up, making what she originally thought was a deficiency or weakness seem like his strength. So, relative to all the guys he met that day, he was high status. Even though he was shorter than her, relative to all the guys that he kept meeting that day during their dates, he was high status. He was the tallest guy out of all the other guys. And at the end of the video, she is like, "Oh, you're actually pretty tall." Because now in her mind, it's a video, of course, it's fiction. But in her mind, she sees him as more high status than she originally thought he was. Because compared to the other guys around him, he was high status. He was taller. And that's what she was looking for, a tall guy, at least in this video. But the point I'm making is that status is relative. Just because you're not super rich, just because you're not famous, doesn't mean you can't be high status. To be high status in your social circle is what matters the most. And I've already mentioned earlier, throwing parties, being the curator of events, being the one inviting people to activities is the way to make yourself look high status relative to everyone else around you. You'd be surprised that most people don't follow up with people they meet. And I talk about this in my Better Life Blueprint program. So if you want to know more about a lot more about how to meet people, grab that program. There's a link in the description. But most people don't follow up at all when they meet new people. Most people don't know how to organize events. Most people don't know how to gather people and just basically say like, "Hey, we're going out to like the movies." And it all sounds simple, but you'd be surprised how many people don't do it. Do you want to be that guy that's organizing the events? Do you want to be that guy that's basically controlling, not in a bad way?
All right. So, good news and bad news. The bad news is the camera I was using before, the SD card, is full because, like I said earlier, I've been shooting Meeting Virginia interviews, and I've been giving you guys extremely solid game all for free. Nothing in exchange. So the least you can do is like and subscribe to the channel. Like the video and subscribe to the channel. But, like I said, I'm dedicated. I'm trying to do this all in like one take. Basically one take. As little editing as possible with as much content and as much value as I can give you guys. Because I'm a fucking G. And because you guys are awesome and you guys deserve the best. So I'm here to deliver. Now, with that being said, I'm currently using like this laptop video software. So I don't know if the sound quality is going to be that good. I'm not using my mic anymore. It looks like it should be good enough. The video obviously is different because it's not the camera that I had before. It's my laptop camera. But it doesn't matter. We're going to keep getting into it. I don't know where I left off, to be honest. I think I was talking about status. I think I was pretty much done. I was just kind of like reiterating certain points. It doesn't really matter. I think at this point, if you're watching this, you get the point about status, hopefully. Long story short, too, if you don't get the point about status, go buy the book Status. Check out some other YouTube videos I made. I think I talk about status in a few other videos. Check out some articles. I definitely have some articles on my website when you're interested in that online about status. I'll definitely have more about status. In my newsletter, I know there's some upcoming emails at the time of me shooting this video where I talk about status. Status is extremely important. And I think knowing about status and implementing it into your life is a game changer. So read that book, Higher Status by Jason Capital. I think you won't be upset. Trust me, you'll love the book. There's 3 main sections I'm going to go over for this course, and the next one is flirting. Now, flirting is subjective to everybody, in my opinion. Everyone has different ways they flirt. I've seen some guys with more like, what's a good way to put it? They have very straightforward, almost like boring game, but it works well for them when they flirt. So flirting is very subjective to the individual. I have a few rules I like to keep in mind when it comes to flirting, in my opinion. I don't think, all right, let me just go by the script or by the outline because I don't want to miss anything. First thing, I don't like to script anything when I'm flirting. Like in general, when I'm talking to people, I don't like to script stuff. I have general rules and general things I like to say, kind of like earlier when I mentioned if a girl asks you to buy her a drink, I have certain things I might do, certain rules or certain things I go to, like let's play rock, paper, scissors, guess a number, stuff like that, just to make it easier. But nothing's scripted. I don't script anything. I don't like the idea of scripting stuff. And the reason why I've kind of mentioned this earlier is because it comes off as inauthentic. And to me, to be honest, I think the best way to interact with girls, in my personal opinion, is to be authentic. Is to be as authentic as possible. And just be honest is really what it comes down to. I don't even like trying to, like, I think in general to be playful, I'll do that with anybody, guy or girl. To try to flirt on a deeper level, I can't do with people that I don't like. Does that make sense? Like, if I'm wingmanning a guy, if I'm wingmanning one of my boys, I can't be the guy that like super hardcore tries to like flirt with a girl I'm not into to the point where I'm like, I can't convince her that I want to like date her or anything like that. I'll try, but it's hard because I don't script flirting. I just try to do it. I say that just because I know some guys back in the pickup artist days, some guys would try to have scripts and stuff they would say to every girl that kind of had like certain psychological triggers built in. That was the thought process. And I do think it worked, to be honest. I think it worked very well. From what I understand, I wasn't around, those pickup artist guys to know for sure, but from what I understand, it did work very well. I just don't like doing it. I think it's inauthentic. I think you're better off just being honest, just being yourself. I know that sounds cliche, be yourself. Real quick about the whole thing about be yourself. People give advice and say, be yourself. I heard that a lot. When I first tried to like start dating, people would say, oh, just be yourself, just be yourself. Typically, it's girls that give that advice to guys initially. They'll tell guys, just be yourself. My rationality is that if you're a girl, giving the advice, be yourself, is easy because, like I mentioned several times, girls are pre-qualified by default when it comes to getting guys. If a girl wants a guy, most guys consider her a hot lead, It doesn't work the other way around. She doesn't consider most guys a hot lead. She considers most guys a cold lead. She doesn't even have most guys on her radar. So, with that being said, be yourself only works under certain circumstances. And I'll explain those circumstances. Be yourself only works when you've developed yourself up to a certain enough point where your default setting is in itself charismatic and is in itself playful and fun and exciting, or at the very least, interesting. That's when be yourself works. If you're a guy that's very dorky, if you're a guy that's extremely nerdy, if you're a guy that's very anxious, if you're a guy that's very pessimistic, if you're a guy that's very unhappy or very just hard and difficult to be around, being yourself does not work because who you are is, quite frankly, repulsive to girls, which is why it's not working, which is why you talking to girls isn't working, which is why you don't have the girl right now. It doesn't work well. It's repulsive. So I think the advice of be yourself only works when you build yourself up to a certain point where your default setting is actually attractive. You need to be attractive for being yourself to make sense. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. Good. All right, on to the next part. So yeah, don't script anything out. Let it flow naturally. Don't worry too much about making sense too. I don't know if I have that in my notes, in my outline. But that's one thing that helped me back a lot back when I was first trying to learn pickup, especially if you're a left brain guy. Like by default, I would say I'm a left brain guy. I'm a super nerd. I nerd out about stuff all the time. It's very easy to get me to nerd out. Naturally, I'm more of a left brain guy. When I went to college, I was initially going for biomedical engineering. So the way I typically think about things is a very linear, very pragmatic way. It needs to make sense it just needs to make sense when I usually speak. Over the years, I've tried to train myself to not think that way and to train myself to just express thoughts more playfully in a way that doesn't have to make coherent sense. And I'll give you a quick example about that. This was actually in my newsletter earlier today. So if you're not in my newsletter, you missed out on some solid game too. In very bite-sized packages and a very short email daily. So you should hop on my newsletter. But in my newsletter earlier today, I was kind of sharing how people speak in a very linear fashion. And you should be a lot more playful and you should be a lot more open to letting the conversation be more free-flowing. I shared a video, and you can go look this up if you want. It's a Simple Pickup video. Simple Pickup's another company. I kind of would watch them sometimes. I didn't watch them like all the time, but every once in a while they have some good videos I'd watch. Back when I was doing the pickup arts thing, trying to learn pickup in game, whatever. This guy Kong, though, he had a very good video saying how a lot of guys fear running out of things to say. And the way you don't run out of things to say is you kind of let yourself say anything. This is what I've been doing this entire video, by the way. It's been about 3 hours I've been speaking. More than that, really 6 if you count the Meeting Virginia episode before that, which is like an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours in itself. 6 hours I've been talking. I'm used to speaking, but it makes it easier when you're not sitting there trying to really analyze and think about every single thing you say. It helps to kind of just be free flowing. Just let it go. I got my outline. I know the point I'm trying to get across, but I'm just saying shit. And especially when I talk to girls, I really just say shit. It doesn't have to make any sense at all. So in the video, the guy Khan, he goes up to the girl and he's like, "Oh yeah, I don't remember exactly what he said." He said something like, "Oh yeah, you remind me of like a turtle. Like you just hang out with like turtles." And she's like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, turtles are cool." The conversation didn't make sense, but it was so funny. It was so different, and the tonality he gave to it, everything was so interesting that it was playful. And she laughed about it. And she gave him his phone number. Long story short. So my point is, don't make all your conversations so logical. They don't have to be that coherent. They don't have to make that much sense on paper. The main thing you want to get across is you want to evoke a certain emotion. You want to have fun with the conversation. There's a very good scene kind of talking about the whole idea of not scripting things. If you ever, there's a scene called, there's a movie called Crazy Stupid Love, I think it's called, with Ryan Gosling and, what's the other guy's name? The guy from The Office, I forget his name. It's going to bother me. But the guy from The Office, I think he's like the manager in The Office, and Ryan Gosling's in it. There's a scene where they go out and they're at some club and they're trying to like pick up girls. Ryan Gosling's picking up some girls. And he sees, I think Emma, I get the Emma's mixed up, Emma Watson and Emma Stone. I think it's Emma Stone, the chick from like Spider-Man, The Amazing Spider-Man. He's hitting on her. She's in law school, and she's like, her friend's like, oh yeah, she's in law school. And he's like, oh, I don't remember the exact lines he said, but it was something like permission to approach the bench, Your Honor. And that's an example of letting your conversation being free flowing and also not scripting it. Because if he scripted it, it wouldn't, you can't script that. Because if you're saying something scripted, it wouldn't make sense with her career, which is being, she wasn't an attorney at the time, but she was in pre-law. So if he had something scripted, he would have gave some canned lines, some pickup lines. She would have known it's inauthentic. She wouldn't have lied to him. If you say something like permission to approach the bench, you have to be immersed in the conversation. You have to be listening. You have to be free flowing to come up with that and come up with it so quickly. And I know it's a movie, but it applies to real life, and people do that in real life all the time. I try my best to speak that way. Not, it doesn't have to be so like over the top, but it's a movie, so they're going to give them good lines and a good script. But the point I'm making is keep it free flowing, keep it fun. Don't think about it too much. Just keep the conversation going. Obviously, don't let it stall out to the point like I'm doing now, where it's too much of the same thing and it's just annoying. But yeah, if you just keep it free flowing, it'll be easier to always have something to say. And I say that the best way to do, really the best way is to listen. That's a big thing. Just listen to what she's saying and respond to it. You don't always have to respond immediately, but it's good to listen. And I'll get more into stuff about listening when I talk about when you're on the date itself. But yeah, you should be having a back and forth. You should be listening to what she says and responding to it, being playful, being fun, maybe poking fun at her a little bit. Yeah, I've said this earlier, but look for unique things about her outside of her just being pretty to compliment. I wouldn't by default go for stuff about her body, and I wouldn't by default go with her being pretty. Now, obviously, if you're into the interaction long enough and you feel like she's more comfortable with you, then you can bring up that she's pretty. Then if you really want to be bold, bring up stuff about her body if you want to be bold. And I'm not saying you shouldn't be bold. I'm saying you need to be able to feel out when it's appropriate and when it's like borderline sexual harassment. And that's kind of something over time you just learn to feel it out. Kind of depends on what she's giving you too. If she's giving you like energy, like she's talking about your body, then by reciprocation, it's probably usually okay to talk about her body. Like I said, I wouldn't default to that. I think it's a difficult line to cross if you don't know when to cross it. So in general, just make it fun. Just make it playful. I've said that already, but I'm going to say it again. Big thing. This is one thing I had to learn. Don't be afraid to challenge her views. A lot of guys, I've seen this happen a lot. They bend to what the girl wants. They bend to what she's interested in. They bend to her opinions. Now, I'm saying this applies to like flirting. Don't take this out of context. I think in general in life, when you're talking to people, you don't need to challenge people on everything they say. Again, this is also my Better Life Blueprint program. If you're having a general conversation, for example, with your boss, and your boss has a point of view that's different than yours, you don't need to sit there and challenge your boss on their point of view. You don't need to debate them. You don't even need to bring up that you disagree because it doesn't matter because you're your boss. If you meet someone for the first time, they have a different opinion, you might be able to express that you have a different opinion. I wouldn't sit there and debate them unless you're trying to like make an enemy or unless you're trying to make people not like you. Then go ahead and do it. When it comes to dating, I actually think you're better off being a little bit, I don't want to use the word antagonistic, but being almost a nonconformist when she says something. So for example, you're on a date and she sits there and she says, oh, you know what? I don't like guys who drink coffee. it doesn't hurt you to sit there and say, you don't like guys that, that drink coffee. I fucking love coffee. And just take a sip of it. Boom. There's nothing wrong with that. What you shouldn't do is be the kind of guy that actually likes coffee. You meet a girl, she says, I don't like guys that drink coffee. And you go, you know what? I don't like coffee either. And that sounds crazy. That sounds weird, but I've met so many guys that do that. I used to do that myself. I'm not going to lie. I was guilty of myself. But I know guys do that because they're trying to win favors with the girl. Don't be afraid to push against what the girl wants. I know a lot of girls who are vegans and vegetarians. I don't like being a vegan and vegetarian. I make fun of vegans and vegetarians all the time when I'm around them, especially when I'm around them, just because they're vegan and vegetarian, just to make them angry, just to piss them off. But I don't think it bothers them. I don't think it deep down it bothers them because they know I'm being silly. They're not being playful. They know I don't like vegans, vegetarianism, but I'm challenging their views in a playful manner. I'm not trying to piss them off. I'm not trying to make them mad, but I am holding firm to what I believe. And that kind of goes in the whole idea of frame and stuff like that too. I don't get too deep into that because I said that at the very beginning of this course, so I'm not going to get too deep into that again. But yeah, don't be afraid to challenge your views. That's pretty much what it comes down to. If you have your own opinion about something, don't be afraid to express it. Obviously, be contextual. Don't say something that's repulsive or stupid that is blatantly going to be disrespectful or blatantly going to be just insulting to piss her off. You're going to have to kind of understand the social cues of what is appropriate to say and what's not appropriate to say, obviously. And that's one of those things you have to just practice. You have to sit there and just be like, is it worth bringing this up right now and pissing her off? No, it doesn't benefit anybody. She's just going to get mad and walk away. And I don't really care about it that much. But I'm not going to bring it up. I can't think of an example off the top of my head. But, say what you want to say, but you don't have to say everything that's on your mind. Be nuanced about it and be mindful of context. Be mindful of how people interpret stuff. Second part about that too, I have a bullet on here. You have to learn how to read body language to understand if what she's saying or the whole dynamic of your conversation makes her feel comfortable or uncomfortable. And I say this because a lot of times, in my opinion, girls oftentimes they're not overt with their communication, in my opinion. Maybe some girls will disagree, but in my opinion, girls are not overt with their communication. They're covert with their communication. Overt communication is when you basically say what's on your mind exactly the way you mean it. So, I'm tired. I mean I'm tired. That's not a subtlety. I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to get you to interpret it any other way besides the exact way I'm saying it. I am tired. Sometimes a girl might say something like, oh, I think we've all seen this before, actually. A girl seems like something's bothering her. You say to her, what's wrong? And she says, nothing's wrong, when something clearly is wrong. She's being covert in her communication. She wants you to figure out what's wrong with her. She doesn't want to just say it for whatever reason, but she wants you to figure it out. Or earlier in the course, I mentioned the blonde girl at the club. She's just staring over at me. She wants me to approach her. She's being very overt in her communication. If she were being overt, she'd come over and say, hey, I think you're cute. I think you're attractive, whatever, what's your name? That's more overt communication. She's being covert. She's trying to be subtle. She's looking over, hoping that I catch her glance, hoping that I come over to her and initiate the conversation. That's covert communication. Body language to me is a very good way to figure out if what someone's truly thinking or what's truly on someone's mind. And there's a lot of different body language books. It's too much to get into in this short, free course. I haven't forgotten. I'm giving you all the games for free. But I will say there's obvious things like if you're talking to a girl and she seems really closed off, she's probably uncomfortable. I'd be careful. If you're talking to her and at first she's open, but she's kind of just turning away and closing herself off, covering her touching her shoulders, stuff like that, covering herself. It's probably a good sign that she's uncomfortable with what you're talking about, or she doesn't feel, she doesn't want to talk anymore. If she starts giving one-word answers, that's probably a good sign that she's not interested or she's uncomfortable. Little stuff too, if she's looking away, if she's kind of tilting away, or if she's kind of feet pointing away as if she wants to go, stuff like that, I'd be mindful of. I think that's good to keep in mind. Again, there's whole courses dedicated solely to body language. It can get a lot more complicated than that. And over time, once you kind of talk to enough people in general, not just girls, people in general, you start to pick up on body language stuff. You can kind of talk to a person and be like, oh, this guy's really comfortable. Oh, this guy's like super enthusiastic. Or this guy, or you might be in a situation where a guy's talking to you or you're talking to a guy and you're seeing him like kind of lean away. And it's like, oh, he wants to go. He doesn't want to talk anymore. He's continuing the conversation because he doesn't want to be rude, maybe, but he wants to go. Same with girls. They do stuff like that all the time, too. So be mindful of body language. Another big one, don't overdo compliments or insults. I was guilty of this myself, and I think a lot of guys are guilty of this, where some guys will take either of the two extremes. So what they'll do is they'll either compliment the girl a fuck ton, way too much, or the other extreme, and I have friends that do this a lot, they'll bust her balls way too much and they piss her off. I feel like there's a fine line and there's a balance between the two. Again, if you're reading body language and stuff, you'll be able to kind of tell better where the fine line is. And obviously, depending on like how comfortable you are with her, depending on how long she's known you, depending on where you are in this whole interaction with her, some things will fly better than others. Some things will fly better than if you just met a girl, for example. If you knew her for like a few hours or something, you could say, some things might go over better. But I like to think of it as if it's like a push and pull. Like if you're going to give an insult, give a compliment. If you're going to give a compliment, give an insult. I'm not saying it needs to be that like 50-50. But in general, like you're talking to a girl and you might see a girl and be like, oh, yeah, you have a nice dress on. Oh, you like my dress? Yeah, it's a cool dress. Or you might be like, sometimes I would say, somebody would usually is like, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's an okay dress. She's like, what do you mean it's okay? It's an okay dress. It's not the best dress, but it works. It works. It's good. It's okay. Something like that, where like you're kind of giving a little bit, but you're not giving like a ton. You don't want to be that guy who's just like overly, I don't want to say simpy, but meet a girl. Oh my God, you're so beautiful. Oh yeah, you're so pretty. Oh my God, your nails are so great. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, your dress. Oh my God, your car. You're just giving like endless compliments for no real reason. Like it just comes off as fake. It comes off as inauthentic. It's not fun. It's not playful. It just sounds low status. To be honest, it sounds needy. Like you're trying to seek her validation. Don't do that. The best thing go push pull. Actually, kind of to illustrate that point, what you call it, if you watch Jersey Shore, Situation was actually pretty good about that, about the whole push pull. I remember this one scene where he met this girl and he says to her, he's like, hey, we should go, you're kind of cute. And she's like, kind of cute? What do you mean kind of cute? He's like, yeah, you're kind of cute. He's like, you're not really like hot, but you're kind of cute. You're in the middle. It's just like him fucking with her. Like it's a push and pull. He's kind of giving her a compliment by calling her basically attractive. So she's kind of validated, but he's not giving her the full validation. He's not going to be like, oh yeah, you're the hottest girl I've ever met. He's not doing all that. He's like, oh yeah, you're kind of cute. You're cute, but you could be more cute. You're not the hottest girl ever, not the cutest girl ever. And it's also him being playful. The tonality's there too, so she knows he's not being like 1,000% serious. He's not calling her like busted or like barely attractive. She knows he's being funny. So yeah, a little bit of push and pull is good. Don't be the guy who just tries to like, they have this thing in the pickup community called negging, basically where you insult the girl to bring her self-esteem down. I don't like negging. I think the whole push and pull thing, some people might interpret as negging. At no point do I think you should be mean to girls. I don't like being mean to girls. I don't know. I've seen some guys who go out of their way to try to be mean to girls, and even when they get rejected, they'll get like really butthurt about it. I don't like that stuff. I don't think it works well. It's just no point. Like you meet a girl, she rejects you. Don't be a dick about it. Just be like, oh, okay, cool, whatever. She rejected me. Fair enough. I'm not gonna let her bring you down. I don't like being the guy who's like, well, fuck you then, bitch, or something crazy. Like I don't know. It's just sometimes girls do it's like a shit test. I don't know if I have shit testing in my notes. So if it's not my notes, I'm not going to get into it. If it is my notes, you'll hear about it when it comes up. Some almost at the end. But yeah, like don't be a dick when talking to girls. I don't like busting girls' balls. I don't like attacking them personally. Like if it's something that is personal to them, I don't like to get into it. For example, I had a buddy. This one girl, she was I think a nursing student, and I guess she failed or she wasn't doing very good. And he was like, nursing, how are you not doing good at nursing? I think she was Asian too. He was like, aren't all Asians good at like nursing? And it was a funny joke. Like, if you're around guys, it's a funny joke. It's what it is. But she took it really personally, and she got really offended, and just like, it just kind of killed the mood. And to me, it's like, I wouldn't bust a girl's balls like that. If it's something that she might take personally, like going to school or like her career, that she's not doing well or something like that, I wouldn't get into it. I wouldn't be, I just wouldn't get into it, basically, long story short. It's hard to describe, but be very careful about insulting girls. Insult things that she does. Don't insult her personally. Don't insult her character. If she does something funny or she does something weird, insult that, I would say, because it's not really an attack on her character. Try to discern if it's something that seems like it's sensitive. Like if a girl snorts, for example, that's funny to make. It's good to make fun of. Be like, she's sitting there laughing, and you hear snorts. Like, was that a snort? What are you, like a child or something? I don't know. I'm making something up on the spot, but something like that, I think, is the best way to go. Almost at the end, guys. Almost at the end. A few hours in. So it's past 1 a.m. I'm tired, but I'm dedicated to the cause. I'm giving you guys massive value. Like the fucking video. Subscribe. Share it if you're getting value out of it. To be honest, too, I'm going to probably make an article. It's going to be probably a very long article. I'm going over all these things with a lot more detail. And it's not going to be me just off the cuff, so it's going to be a lot more. There'll be a lot more examples. And I can kind of go deeper into what I'm saying. Like right now, I got notes. I got notes right here. A lot of notes, but I got notes. Really, it's just a headline. And I'm kind of just reading the headline and giving my take on everything. But in the article, I'm going to try to be a lot more descriptive, just so it all makes sense. Because I know, like, I know I'm all over the place with you guys here, so bear with me. It's late, man. It's a free video. It's a free course. I'm doing the best I can. Okay. What else? Good mindset to have. It took me about 1.5 years to kind of get this mindset down. I think it serves every guy that implements it extremely well. Assume every girl you talk to is interested in you. Assume every girl you talk to wants to date you or sleep with you, whatever your goal is. Assume, for the sake of this course, assume she wants to go on a date with you and be your next girlfriend. Why do I say this? There's so many times back when I was doing the whole pickup game thing where I didn't read a girl's subtle communication that well. And I found out later on in hindsight that she actually, or maybe she even told me after she was with some guy or something like that. In the future, I found out that she was actually into me, and I didn't pick up on it. And part of it was because I disqualified myself ahead of time. I told myself that she wasn't interested. I figured, oh, she was too hot, or oh, she was this, or oh, she was that. And I basically rejected it myself because she hadn't rejected me. I rejected myself. I thought she wasn't into me. And I learned over time that the best mindset to have is just assume that every girl you're talking to, regardless of what they look like, is into you in some way. Like, assume that they think you're attractive. Assume they want to date you. And I think you can't really go wrong. And the reason why I say this is because there's basically 3 things that could happen. First thing, you think she's into you and she's not into you. Who cares? She's not into you. You move on. Girls are infinite. It doesn't really matter at that point. You haven't really lost much because you didn't have her in the first place. You didn't really lose anything. Second thing, she wasn't into you, but now that you've expressed confidence and you've actually approached her, maybe you're talking to her, you've taken her from a cold lead to at least a warm lead. At least a warm lead. Maybe even a hot lead, but at least a warm lead. So you've basically accomplished the goal. You've gotten her to a degree where you want her to be. You've made her more interested in you, which is the objective anyway. So you've won. Third thing, she was into you, and now that you believe that she was into you, it all worked out. You didn't have to maybe even do that much work. Maybe she was the blonde girl at the club who wanted you to approach her. And since you interpreted her looking over at you as if she actually was looking at you and not some other random guy, you followed up on her cue, basically. And maybe she was just looking at you, or maybe she was just trying to signal. Maybe she came over, you have a nice watch. What time is it? You didn't disqualify yourself. So you made it easier and you got the girl. There's really 3 ways that can go, in my opinion. 2 are basically a win. 1 is not really even a loss because you didn't have her in the first place. It's basically a net neutral. Does that make sense? So by assuming that basically you are the man and that every girl wants you, you can't really lose. It's really what it comes down to. You can't really lose. So adopt that framework, adopt that mindset, assume that every girl just wants you. And I think more often than not, you'll win out. What next? Okay, so final two sections. Next section is going on dates. And the final section is closing the deal. And it's just like some, basically closing the deal is some like minor stuff that I think can kill the interaction after you go on the date or during the date that I think I've made before. Not I think I've made, I have made, and I don't want other people to make these mistakes. But I'm going to talk about going on dates real quick. So at this point, you've done all of the prerequisite work. You are a more attractive person. You built up your style. You built up your confidence. You built up your social skills. You're able to flirt a lot better. You're pre-qualified by the girls. You have girls coming to you. You have other girls coming to you. Now you've gotten to the point where you're able to go on a date. Now, when it comes to dating, here's what I like to do. I don't like to ask you. I like to be pretty straightforward when it comes to asking a girl on a date. Let's get coffee. That's my go-to thing. Let's get coffee. Not can I get coffee? Not when are you free to get coffee? Every once in a while, if it's a girl I know better, I might say like, oh, you free this weekend? Or you free on Saturday? Are you free on this time? I got like a little bit of time at like 5 p.m. You free? I might do that. Usually what I do is I give a date and I give a time. And I say, let's get coffee. You meet a girl, you're hanging out, you met her at a bar, say you met her at a bar, whatever. I'm just coming up with stuff off the top of my head. You met her at a bar. You got her Instagram. You slid in her DMs, whatever. You kind of go back and forth. I don't like doing long texts. I've mentioned this before. I don't like the idea of guys sitting there texting all day, just like wasting time. You got other stuff to do. 3 or 4 texts in, say something funny. Where do you live? Oh, I live in Ashburn. Okay, cool. What are you up to this Saturday afternoon around 6? Oh, I have nothing planned. Okay, let's get coffee. Let's get coffee. That's what I like to say. Let's get coffee. I have told many people, and I've learned this just from trial and error, man. Get coffee. Don't overcomplicate the first date. Just get coffee. Trust me. I've had friends who are like, what about going on dinner? What about going to like a shooting range? What about this? What about this? What about a carnival? No, just get coffee. And there's a few reasons why I say get coffee. One, it's inexpensive and it's low commitment. I don't think girls like anything too over the top when it comes to a date. The first time they're actually going on a date with a guy, because it's a bit intimidating in my opinion. It's a huge commitment if you just met a guy, and this is my opinion. If a girl just meets you and you say to her, let's go to a carnival. Going to a carnival sounds like a full night's event. She does not know you that well. She does not know how fun you will be. She doesn't know how the experience will be. She doesn't know about the interaction. It's too much risk and not enough reward in her mind. So I would just avoid it entirely. Don't go for that. Coffee to me is very simple because coffee can last. It can be as short as 5 to 10 minutes. It can be as long as an hour if you want it to be. It's very low commitment. It's very easy for her to get out of, because I want to, in a weird way, I feel like you want to give her an out. You don't want to like box her into something and make her feel like she's committed to something. It also gives you an out. You might get to the coffee, and this is something I feel like guys don't think about. You might get there. You might meet her. You might find out that she's trash. And I'm not saying trash isn't like the worst part. I kind of do. Maybe she fucking sucks. Maybe she's awful. You might sit there and be like, this girl, she's just boring, man. She's not fun to be. She's giving like one-word answers. She's really going to be here. It's just a waste of my time, Then you'd be like, okay, it was nice meeting you. I got to go. And maybe you want to bounce. That's an option you have. If you get dinner, and I've tried this, trust me. You get dinner, you got to wait for the server. The server is always slow. You get a forced conversation. If you don't like her, it's just boring conversation. Then she might order like a bunch of stuff that you don't want to pay for because you don't even like her at this point. Or maybe even you do like her, but then she's like trying to be like all modest. She gets like a salad or something like that. She's not that comfortable. She doesn't want to talk because she doesn't want to eat while talking. Me personally, I don't like to eat while I'm talking. It's just a lot of hassle. Don't do it. I remember one time when I was in college, there was this one girl I was going on a few dates with. I go on a date with her before. So I think this is like our second date. Wasn't even our first date, but I would still use this as a lesson. I remember it was our second date, and I remember we went to see Age of Ultron, Marvel. Because I remember when we were talking, she was like, "Oh yeah, I'm a big Marvel fan. I love Marvel." And I was like, "Oh, cool. Let's go see Age of Ultron was out. So we go see Age of Ultron. It was awful. The movie was good. I like the movie. I like Avengers. The date itself was terrible. And you can feel like that negative tension because you can't talk during a movie. So you can't really like be playful. You can't really learn much about each other. I would say if you know a girl well and you've been hanging out with her for a while and you go get to see a movie, obviously that's fine because you already know her. You're experiencing something together. If you're still trying to get to know a girl, movies are terrible. You can't talk to her. It's just terrible. You're stuck there for like a whole hour and a half, 2 hours, depending on how long the movie is. I've had some success with some movie dates, but I would say the few times I have, it's one of those times where like the movie's empty and you can kind of sit in the back. So you can kind of still be flirty and be playful. And you can kind of still talk without interrupting everyone else in the movie because there's no one there. You're so far away from everyone. That's the exception. It's just too risky. Just get coffee, man. Another part of that too with the whole coffee thing is that a lot of girls, I mentioned this, flake. And it's just easy to get out of coffee. Like if you say to a girl, let's meet at Starbucks, and 5 minutes before she said, I can't go. You can always sit there and still chill. I actually do this all the time. To this day, I do this. If I were going on a date with a girl, I never plan to just go on a date with her. I always plan a backup plan. So, say I meet a girl. Let's get coffee at 6 p.m. on Saturday. Cool, let's get coffee. I plan to have work with me. If we get Starbucks, I'm bringing my book bag. I'm bringing my laptop. I got work to do. She doesn't show up. And the reason why I do this is because I've had so many girls flake. So many girls flake. I'm telling you, man. So many girls flake. You need to make sure that you don't feel like your time is wasted. And the way I feel like my time is not being wasted is if I have work prepared to do if she doesn't show up. So, have work to do. She probably will flake. Coffee's easy. Coffee's cheap, too. And I'm not saying be a cheap ass. I like to pay on dates. I like to pay for girls. It makes me feel like a G. I feel like the man when I pay for girls. The reason why I say it gets expensive is because if your goal is to get a girlfriend, and hopefully it's a quality girlfriend, if you follow what I said earlier about choosing and not being chosen, you don't want the very first girl you want to date with to be your girlfriend. I'm going to get into some stuff later on. She probably won't be your girlfriend. You, in my personal opinion, you want to be going on as many dates as possible. If your goal is to get a girlfriend, you want to be going on as many dates as possible to find a quality girl, which means you need to be meeting a lot of girls. And it's basically a funnel. You meet a lot of girls at the very top. A lot of girls will fall off. There's some girls that'll say that they want to go on a date. It's sales, man. I said this earlier. It's like sales. There's a lot of girls that want to go on a date. They might say like, yeah, let's go get coffee at like 6. A percentage of them are going to flake. And then there's a few at the very bottom that actually show up. And then out of those that actually show up, there's going to be a few you probably just don't like. And there's going to be a few that don't like you. And you'll never see either of those two groups again, which leaves the few that you get along with that still want to see you. And out of those few girls, you need to have at least a few. You need to have at least like 3 or 4 or 5 that you want to like stick with if your goal is to have a girlfriend. And so I bring that up just because if you're going on all these dates, it gets expensive. Trust me, man. Trust me. I went on a lot of dates. You start doing some crazy date ideas. I remember I would go on a date and do like bowling, movies, hookah, bars. I like bar dates are nice. If you don't want to do coffee, a bar is nice because you can kind of. Some girls do get nervous on dates. Obviously they're humans. You might get nervous too. It's a good way to loosen up. There's some bar games you can do that's fun, stuff like that. If I'm not tired by the end of this, I might bring it up. I'm saving the movie. I don't want to bring it up because you guys are getting way too much free game on it in this video, so you don't deserve any more. But yeah, by the time you start doing all that, just think about it, man. If you go on 2 dates with a girl, 2 dates, say you go to the bar. If you live in Loudoun County, 1 drink's gonna cost you like $10. You're gonna spend $20 on yourself if you get 2 drinks. No, if you get 2 drinks, one for you, one for her, that's $20. Not even include tip. You better tip. You're probably not gonna get just 1 drink each. You might get like 2, probably. Unless you start having like a lot of fun with her, then tip more. But you're probably gonna get at least 2. So let's say you spend like $40. $40 on one girl, for one date. One date. If you go on like 3 dates, that's $120 a week. I already told you earlier, it's basically a numbers game. Some girls are going to fall off. Some girls are going to stick around. You're going to need to go on multiple dates. And you're probably not going to go on just 1 date anyway and then find one girl who's going to say like, hey, let's date. Even one girl, you're probably gonna have to go on multiple dates, unless you're balling out, unless you're rich, unless you got money like that to just burn on these girls. It's gonna add up quick, man. Trust me. I think I mentioned earlier at the peak when I kind of got burnt out from dating and I kind of stopped, just like focus on like money and business and stuff like that. I had like 8 dates lined up in a week. That's 1 week, and that's not to say that I didn't have dates the previous weeks. I had dates the other weeks too. The peak was 8 dates a week. It adds up. It gets expensive. Don't do it. Just go get coffee, man. It's just get coffee. Try to get coffee near you. I don't like the idea of driving too far out to a girl. At best, I would say meet in the middle. If she can't meet in the middle, that's already disqualification. Don't be afraid to disqualify girls. Trust me. Don't be afraid to disqualify girls. Some girls are not worth it. Some girls will be like, oh, I've had this happen. Come to this city that's like 45 minutes away. You get to the city. Oh, you know what? I can't show up because this thing came on. She'll flake on you, even if you drove 45 minutes away. So you're wasting pretty much an hour and a half of your time for nothing. Don't do it. Don't drive to her. Make her come halfway. If she can't come halfway, she ain't worth it. Trust me. I'm getting to the end of the course, so it's going to get a little bit more raw. All right, so when it comes to flaking, like I mentioned, flaking will happen. There's a few ways I like to handle flaking. There's pretty much 3 primary ways. Yeah. So if she does flake, this is what I try to do. If she flakes and she does apologize and something seems like it actually did come up unexpectedly, and this is the big part of it, and she asks for a like a follow-up date. If she says, for example, we had coffee, I apologize for not making it, my dog got sick or something like that, but what are you doing this upcoming Saturday at like 4 p.m.? If she gives like a time and a day to follow up, then I'll try another date. And I've had that happen before where like, for whatever reason, the girl flakes, but she says like, you know what, I flaked, my bad. I didn't mean to flake. Something came up. It was really urgent. I didn't want it to come up. I tried to get out of it. I couldn't get out of it, but let's hang out like on a different date. And usually she's pretty specific about the date she really wants to go, or at least she's like, hey, let's go out like this weekend. If it's like a general timeline that's somewhat specific, that's fine. Because sometimes she might not want to pick the date, but she might say like, oh yeah, Saturday and Sunday I'm free. Let's go out either day. And then you can say like, okay, how about Saturday like 5, coffee? Or, you know, whatever. If she says like, let's go out Saturday. If you have time, then you can say, oh yeah, sure, Saturday's fine. Cool, no problem. So that's one way I handle it. Yeah, but I've had some people say like, oh, why do you do that? Like she flakes, she's not interested. And I'm like, you know, as a human, things do come up. I'm not going to say like, oh, just because she's a girl, every time she flakes is because she doesn't want to go. Granted, sometimes she might flake just because it's a lot of pressure. She might be nervous. I mentioned earlier, a lot of girls I know just don't like going on dates. So maybe she got cold feet at the last minute. It might not have had anything to do with you. It could be a million reasons. You know, who knows why a girl will flake. Maybe she just genuinely found something better to do that day. Maybe she didn't want to go out. Maybe she got sick. Maybe something really urgent did happen. Maybe it was a genuine issue. Regardless of the reason, if she follows up, then I give her a pass and I go again. Now, if she does it multiple times, then at that point, I think she's just like fucking around. And at that point, I just stop trying. It's no point. Yeah, which leads me to my next point. You could, now if she flakes the first time, you could be the guy that just doesn't respond to her ever again. You could be the guy that just doesn't, like, even if she says, like, even if she follows up and wants to try a different day or time, you could be the guy that just doesn't bother just because, like, you're offended or you're just like, you know, fuck it, she's annoying. She couldn't stay true to a specific date and time, which I've been guilty of before as far as, like, being pissed off about that, especially if you give, like, a date and a time, like, a week or two in advance. 2 weeks, I think, is a bit far out, which is on me. I shouldn't go out that far, but I have tried. But if you give a girl, like, a week in advance, it's like Saturday, he's like, oh, well, next Saturday, let's go out. And if she flakes, I've had times where I've been real pissed off about it just because I think it's the reason she gives is so stupid. Like, oh, I didn't know I had this thing planned. It's like you had a whole week to do to plan your weekend out, or you know, I didn't know that we picked this time and day. I thought we weren't sure yet. It's like I gave a specific time and day. I wasn't very specific. If that's the case, you can choose to never talk to her again. Or what you can do is follow up slowly over time. And lately, that's in the past, what I would do is if she did flake, I would just shut her off and never talk to her again. And what I found is that it's kind of like a 50-50. Sometimes a girl will be like, you know what, I fucked up. And she'll try to reach out to you. And sometimes I just won't respond to it. I'll just be like I'll leave it on red. And she'll keep trying to respond. And eventually she'll be like, you know what, my bad. I was a dick. Or I was a jerk. I shouldn't have done that. I did this because of A, B, and C reason. Let's hang out. I actually mean it. I'll definitely hang out. And usually in that situation, she's, usually if it gets to that where she's like reaching out to you multiple times, it's, in my experience, she really means it. It's more genuine. And she usually will go out. I've had girls where sometimes they'll pay. They'll just be like, oh yeah, I'll pay. I don't want them to pay. Like me personally, like I said earlier, I don't want them to pay. But I've had the girl like offer to pay and they're very insistent. Like, no, I'll pay because I fucked up. I didn't mean to do it. You're not a bad guy. I just didn't want to go out for whatever reason. It could be a legit reason. So that's part of it. You could try to just play the, I don't want to say ghost because technically she flaked on you, so you're not really ghosting her. But the game where you don't acknowledge her anymore, she basically doesn't exist. And if she chooses to follow up, do with that as you will. If she wants to follow up in the long run and she wants to make it work, that coffee date or whatever, then put the ball in her court effectively. That's one thing I would do. Second thing I would do is over time follow up. So maybe she flaked, you don't reach out to her. It's like she flaked, okay, cool. Don't ask where she went. Don't ask what happened. Don't get mad about it. Just don't say anything. Maybe like 3 months later, you reach out again. Hey, what's up? Let's get coffee. See what she says. She might not answer. She might answer. She might actually go. She doesn't answer. She doesn't go. She flakes again. Maybe wait 3 more months. Do it again. It depends. It really depends on how much time you have. Depends on how far you want to take it. Like I said, nowadays, I always have work to do if I go on a date. So a flake doesn't even feel like a bad thing to me. It just feels like, cool, I got more time to get work done. I don't really want to go on the date that bad anyway. So I don't see it as a bad thing. I see it as more of a benefit. It benefits me regardless. And I'll just follow up over time. There's no harm in it. At worst, she'll block you. I've never had that happen where girls block me. Usually, like if I use the only thing I've had happen is I've had some girls say that they've moved. And they're like, oh, I'm too far away or I've moved. And at that point, who knows if they're lying? Like I've had some girls be like, oh yeah, I moved to like DC. And it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to keep texting you if you go to DC. It's no point. I'm not going to go to DC. And you're not going to come here. So I'm just going to give up on it. It's no point. And I've had some girls be like, oh yeah, I live in West Virginia now. I don't know if they're lying. Who cares? At that point, I'll stop following up. It's just pointless. Maybe like a year later, I might say like hi or just like an Instagram photo or something like that. Not like ask for coffee, but just like reinitiate conversation, which is part of my Better Life Blueprint program. I'm plugging it. You should certainly have a rhythm of reinitiating conversations when it comes to networking in general. I have that in my program. But with girls, I might choose, down the line to reinitiate conversation, whatever. If you want to do that, you can. If not, it's up to you. That's how I handle flaking. I don't particularly like when girls flake, but I do understand that some girls have genuine reasons to flake. And the first time I'm not that angry about it. It happens. Just have something to do in your spare time. This is the thing I've come up with over the years. A lot of people disagree with me on this, but this is just my tactic. Until you are exclusively monogamous with a girl, always be talking to multiple girls. I wrote an article about this on my website. It's probably one of the first few articles. I have like a dating type series called Sex Talks. I wrote it that way because I think it's, appealing. If you hear sex talks, people are like, sex talks, what's this about? That's why I called it that. It doesn't really have much to do about sex, the act of sex. It's more about just my ideas on dating and stuff like that. Some of the things I did for pickup. But I believe that unless you're dating a girl exclusively and monogamously and you both agreed upon it, you should always be talking to at least 3 girls at a time. Why do I say this? A lot of my female friends disagree with me because I've said this to them too. Any girl you meet is automatically talking to multiple guys at one time, unless she's talking to you exclusively. And even when she's talking to you exclusively, there's still other guys trying to talk to her. It's basically what it comes down to. So in order to someone even the playing field, you should also be talking to multiple guys. Now, I say this because it prevents you from doing all the things that repel girls. If you were talking to 3 girls at a time, you're not texting her all day, which means you're not looking needy. You're not trying to you're not being overly validating. A lot of guys will do this thing where a girl will text them and they know that they shouldn't text immediately back. So they try to like set a timer or pretend like, they're doing something, they're busy with something else. If you're talking to multiple girls, you don't have to do that because you're probably not sitting there talking all 3 at one time. You talk to one girl, maybe you're texting her, maybe you have a date with a second girl. Maybe there's a third girl you want to go on a date with. You're talking to all 3, at least 3 at a time. So your time is always being balanced between multiple girls. I'm not saying you need to be a player. I'm not saying you need to do all that stuff. I'm not saying you need to hurt girls' feelings. I'm not saying you need to cheat, obviously, because you're not with the girls. This is before you're actually dating her. This is before you're like in an exclusive relationship. I am saying that you should always have other girls you're talking to. Other girls, and when I say talking to, I don't even mean sleeping with. But I do mean you're flirting with a girl back and forth. There's some chemistry at least. There's the potential for dating, or at the very least, you're going on a date or something. There's something going on where it's flirtatious, somewhat sexual, some chemistry built up. That's what I say when I mean you should be talking to multiple girls. I don't mean like a casual thing with like a friend that's just purely platonic and you've been friend zoned. That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is that you should be talking to multiple girls at one time. Girls that can potentially lead from point A to point B. Point B ultimately being your girlfriend. For you, if you're watching this video. When you're on the date itself, let her talk about herself 80% of the time. Some guys try to qualify and they sit there and talk about all the things they do in their life. She doesn't get. I'm not saying she doesn't care overall. I think she will care eventually. I would say initially, let her talk about herself. When you go on the date, ask her about her. Don't be like an interview. Don't sit there and be like, "Hey, so what do you do for a living?" I'm a teacher. Oh, what do you teach? It's boring. I've already said before, don't have boring conversation. Have fun, exciting, playful conversation. But let her talk about herself 80% of the time. Let her tell her stories that, she might not share about. Let her tell things that are interesting stories in her life. If she's traveled, let her tell a story about when she's traveled. What exciting things did she do? If she has a favorite movie or favorite thing that she likes to do, let her talk about it. Let her talk about it. Let her talk about it. She should be talking 80% of the time. You, like 20 or 10% of the time. You should be somewhat mysterious, basically, during that first date. Obviously, don't be weird about it, too. Don't be that guy who, I've made this mistake. She asks a question like your age. Don't be that guy who's like overly secretive about it. Be playful. But if she pushes you on it, don't be that kind of guy who's like really trying to hide it, because then you come off as suspicious and like weird and creepy, and then she's like, "Who the fuck is this guy? This guy's kind of weird. This guy's gonna murder me before I get off this date. Let me get out of here." And then you ruin the date. Don't do it. Let's see. Don't let the date last too long is another thing. That's a mistake. I'm not gonna lie. I still make this mistake sometimes. Sometimes you meet a girl and you just, you're vibing, you're having a good time. You lose track of time, and you let the date last too long to the point where it gets stale. My thing is try to shoot for 15 to 30-minute dates. This is like a first and second date. Not too much longer than that. Don't let it drag on forever. If you're at a point where you're both vibing, end the date. Let it be at the high point. When it's at its peak, that's when you bail from the date. I'm not saying bail just run away. But I'm saying you guys are having a fun time. You're having, things are going well. And you're kind of like, oh, you know what? I'm having such a good time, but I got this project. I got this thing I got to do. I got to go. I got to bounce. And then you excuse yourself. Then you go. If you got coffee, you pay for the coffee, whatever. If you've already paid, boom, you get up and you go. Leave it at a high point. You can make that easier too, as a side note. If you come into the date saying, I got this thing I got to do in 20, 30 minutes, that's a good way to get out of the date too. Either way, if it's good or bad, that's a good way to get out without seeming rude or disrespectful. You can preface the whole date when you arrive by saying you have something else to do 30 minutes from then. So you don't have to force yourself and feel like you're running away. Does that make sense? But yeah, leave the date on a high note. And the part of it is it makes her want to talk to you more. It makes her want a second date. If you leave on a low note, there's not much follow up. There's like, the date was good, but we left on like such a low note. It kind of got boring. So now her last impression of you is boring. You want the first impression to be good. You want the last impression in that instance to be good too. You want the whole interaction to be good. If you let the date drag on too long, then you're talking about like nonsense. The conversation gets stale. Both of you are struggling to figure out what to talk about. So don't do that. End it on a high note. Bounce. Let's see. Figure out if you want a good match or if you just want a hot girl. And this is the whole thing with like a girlfriend. I think a lot of guys assume that a hot girl equals a good girlfriend. I don't agree with that. I've met some hot girls, man. I said this earlier, they're just trash. Like they're bad personality girls. They wouldn't make for a good girlfriend because so many guys validate them that they have an inflated sense of self. And I think a girlfriend should add value to your life. I've said this in the beginning. Whatever you're doing in life, whatever goals you have, a girl should add value, actively add value to your life. If she's not doing that, then she's not girlfriend material. Maybe you want to date her short term. Let's be real. Maybe you want to sleep with her. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Maybe she doesn't want a boyfriend. Maybe she just wants to sleep with you. Who knows, But I don't think being hot is equal to being a good girlfriend. There's plenty of girls who aren't very hot who would make fantastic girlfriends, who are just very sweet, very kind, very supportive. Yeah. So you have to really sit there and think, do I want a girl that's just hot? Or do I want a girl that's actually a good value add to my life? And I would like to believe that you want a good value add to your life. I'm not saying don't go for both. Obviously, if you can find a girl that's hot and a good value add, do it. Because let's be real, most guys want hot girls. Let's just keep it real. But don't assume that just because she is hot, don't make the mistake that thinking, oh yeah, she's hot, therefore she is valuable. No, she's hot. Beauty fades. Beauty fades. It's a diminishing asset. It'll go away. Once a girl's personality and character is what lasts longest. And sometimes the girl with the best character and the best personality isn't the hottest girl. So keep that in mind. When it comes to, getting the girlfriend. What else? Yeah, I mentioned shit tests earlier. Sometimes when you go on a date with a girl, or when you're interacting with girls in general, some girls will just talk shit and they'll insult you and they'll try to like poke fun at you just to see if you react negatively to it. My thing is two things. In general, brush it off. Send it back at her. A little bit of push-pull. I mentioned that earlier. Give it back to her a little bit. Show that you are not emotionally disturbed or you don't easily get agitated by comments or stuff like that. You don't want to make it seem like you're easy to provoke or emotional. Be stoic when she shit tests you, when she tries to insult you. Now, there is a degree where she can get disrespectful. If she gets disrespectful, and if the insults come too frequently, too rapidly, and they seem like they're only coming at your expense, she could actually just be shitty at flirting, and maybe that's her way of flirting, and she's really bad at it. Doesn't matter. If it's too consistent and it's too much, bail. Just bail. Drop her. It's no point. Why sit there and be disrespected and insulted for no reason? It's just not worth it. Because if she does it on dates and stuff like that, or in your interactions, that probably means she's a low character, low quality girl. You don't want to deal with that anyway. So just save yourself the time, save yourself the trouble, save yourself the money and the effort, and just fucking get out of there. So that's my take on that on shit tests. But yeah, shit testing is. I didn't have any in my notes. Off the top of my head, a shit test would be something like you meet a girl and she tries to call you short. Some girls do that, but it'll be like, oh, you're a baby. I get that. I've heard that too. Oh, if a girl thinks she's like, usually when they're above like 26, girls like to call guys babies. They're like, oh, you're a baby, because you'll be the same age, and she'll somehow think that she's like fucking 20 years older than you, or like your mom. She'll call you a baby. She might try to shit test you and call you short sometimes. I don't know. I can't think of any off the top of my head. I've had sometimes where like I play pool with girls and she'll just be like, "Oh, you're fucking trash at this game." And it doesn't always have to be like super insulting. It could just be like playful banter, but it's done in a somewhat negative, derogatory way. That part of that is just interpreting, does she mean it to actually be hurtful, or is she just being funny, or is she just bad at flirting? But she will shit test you. Girls always shit test, so you have to fight the shit test. All right, final part. We've reached the end of the video. So, if you followed everything I said step by step, you should be pretty well equipped to get your girlfriend. It shouldn't be that difficult. You should be able to get many girls that way using the techniques I gave you in this video. I know I ran through a lot of it pretty quickly, even though it's been like 3 or 4 hours. Like I mentioned, I knew this was going to be like a 3 or 4 hour video. Still one more section left. We're not done, guys. Closing the deal. Now, you've gone on these dates. Not every date's going to be good, but you'll have some good dates. You'll connect with some girls. These are just some after tips I have to not fuck up the interaction with girls. I think in general, if you get a girl on a date, she probably already likes you in general. As long as you're pleasant enough, as long as you're nice enough, and as long as you're interesting enough, I think in general, most girls will want to keep hanging out and take things further in general. I have found from personal experience and from observation, there are some things you can do to destroy the interaction with girls. Make her, even if she liked you, it can repel her enough to make her not like you. These are pretty much deal breakers. So I have a section called Closing the Deal. Just some stuff I would keep in mind to not ruin your chances with girls, with your future girlfriend. Number 1, don't be hasty about sex. A lot of guys, when they meet girls, they try to have sex like right away. I've had so many friends where they'll meet a girl, and I've been guilty of this too. You meet a girl, she's into you, and it could be the very first time you met her or talking to her. You try to escalate and have sex with her. Me personally, I think it's a bad idea. Obviously, look for cues. If she seems like she wants to sleep with you, then if you want to do that, go for it. But if you're just hanging out, for example, say you're hanging out with a girl, you just make out with her. That doesn't mean that she necessarily wants to sleep with you right away. I personally find that a lot of girls don't want to have sex. This is my personal opinion. This has been like debated heavily in like the dating sphere, relationship stuff. I don't believe girls like to have sex nearly as much as guys do. I'll say that. And I'll explain a little bit why. I'm not going to go too deep into it because I'm going to finish the video. But I don't think girls like sex nearly as much as men do. The reason why I say this, 1, I think there's some chemical, biological reasons why men like sex more than women do. 2, I think if girls really wanted to have sex as much as men wanted to have sex, they'd have sex all the fucking time. Because men would have sex all the fucking time. And the only reason why men don't have sex all the fucking time is because women don't want to have sex all the fucking time. So if they did want to have sex, they would just have sex. There would be no issue with it. There'd be no barrier. The barrier with men is that girls say no. The barrier with men is that girls reject guys. Girls don't get rejected the same way guys do, so there's really no issue. So they don't want sex nearly as much. I personally think that girls like the attention that comes from sex. I think that's what girls really like. They like the attention. But the thing about attention is that you get, as a girl, you get attention from everybody. You go to a bar on Saturday night, the guy's looking to get laid, the girl's looking to have attention. That's my personal belief. I've never read that in a book. I've actually never heard other dating coaches say this, or any PUA guys say this. This is just my personal opinion. I think a guy goes to a club or a bar, he's trying to get laid. A girl goes to a bar or club, she's looking for attention. And I feel like a lot of times when I see girls go to a bar or club and walk home with no guy, or they go home and they go with a guy but they don't want to have sex in the night, a big part of it, in my personal opinion, is because she got her attention. She got what she wanted, the guy to get what he wanted. And I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing. I'm not saying you need to be that guy who's thirsty all the time. At this point, I'm saying if you want to sleep with the girl, be patient about it. Don't be that guy that's overly thirsty. Don't be pushy. Don't be like weird and creepy about it. Some guys get weird and creepy about it. They get like mad about it. Don't do that stuff. You like when she wants to do it, she'll make it relatively clear. She'll hint at it. I think being the guy that's like overly pushy is the worst way to go about it. Me personally, this is just me. I might try once. Maybe you're making out with some girl and you try to like take it to like the next step. I'll try that once. If she doesn't seem like she wants to do it, cool. I back off. That's it. That's fine. That's totally okay. I respect that. I won't try anymore. I won't try anymore until she brings it back up. If she doesn't bring it back up ever, it just never happens. It's fine. Remember, you should be abundant. You should have an abundance mentality. You want to be the one choosing, not the one chosen. So there should be multiple girls you talk to anyway. It shouldn't matter. You should have multiple things lined up. That's my personal belief. So don't be hasty about it. I've seen so many dudes, a girl will be interested in them. They might make out, and the guy's like, oh, let's go to my room. Oh, let's do this. Oh, let's go do this. And the girl's like, oh, no, not really. And it's not like a coy, like, oh, not really, like she's trying to be like cute. It's like, no, I don't want to do it. And the guy's like pushing. He's like, oh, let's do it. Let's try anyway. Let's try. He keeps asking. And she's like, oh, no. Then she gets weirded out. And then she like leaves and he never sees her again. And he's like, why, what happened? It's like, you're kind of pushy. Like, you kept asking. She said no once. Let it be. She said no. Now it's no. In this situation, no means no. So that's my belief on that. Don't be pushy. Don't be hasty about it. You don't need to rush it. I'm not saying be the guy that goes on like 1,000 dates too, just to try to get laid. I think that's stupid. I think if the girl really wants to sleep with you, she probably won't do it the first time. Maybe she will. But second, third date, she probably will. It could happen the first time. I'm not saying it won't happen. I've had times where I'll say in a hypothetical world, it could have happened. Let's just say that. But yeah, don't be pushy about it. Don't try to force it. If she says no, just let it go. Let it go for a different day. Okay, so this might be a controversial take. This is my personal opinion. I'm debating if I want to say this here. Actually, this tip right here, some of these tips, yeah, actually, I'm just going to say here, I'm going to be a free game. I personally think if you want to, how do I put this? I don't think you should be the guy who just goes on dates, you find a girl that you're into, and then you ask her to be your girlfriend. I personally think go on dates with the girl, let things happen organically. If you hook up and sleep with her, let it happen. My personal belief is in this day and age, in this culture, I'm not saying this should be the thing I'm not saying this should be the norm. I'm not saying this is like ideal. I'm saying in this culture, because I feel like this is the best way to keep the odds favorable for you. Sleep with her first before you try to commit. And the reason why I say this is my personal opinion. I think girls might be mad about this, and maybe some guys disagree. I think a lot of girls use the idea of sex for compliance. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, to be honest. But in my personal experience, my personal opinion, I think girls, what they'll try to do is they dangle the idea of you sleeping with them as a way for them to do things, as a way for them to get things from you. So, for example, you're a dude, maybe you're not dating a girl. She makes you believe that she'll sleep with you if you go on like 10 dates. You go on 10 dates. She never sleeps with you. You wasted your time because we're all being honest here. You want to sleep with her. That's why you're taking her on dates. That's human nature. That's completely fine. I don't think there's anything weird about that. You want to go on dates with her, to sleep with her. She wants the attention and she wants the resources. She wants the validation. She wants, your attention, whatever. She gets it. She never actually sleeps with you because she never had any intent of sleeping with you because she doesn't want to sleep with you. And if she doesn't want to, that's fine. But you shouldn't be wasting your time trying to get her to. You shouldn't be trying to go on dates with her if it's not going to go anywhere. It's just pointless. You want a girlfriend. I've seen some guys where they have a girlfriend and behind, we're talking behind closed doors and they're like, yeah, my girl doesn't really like sleep with me or whatever like that. What's going on? And she kind of promises like she will. She's like, oh, if you do A, B, and C, we'll have fun or we'll do whatever. She kind of dangles the carrot out for him. And it never really happens. So if it does happen, he's like, because guys talk, he'll be like, yeah, it wasn't that great or it's just boring or it's whatever. But you can't really do much about it because you're dating her. I don't think that's the best place to be in. think you should allow girls to use sex for compliance is basically what it comes down to. And I think the best way to not let that happen to you is to don't try to commit first before you sleep with the girl. I think that's a bad situation. I think that's a bad strategy. Yeah. I just don't think it'll work out very well. I think if you sleep with her first, it's a better way to figure out more about who she is, and vice versa. It's a good way for her to figure out who you are. And then from there, as I get to my next step, then you can determine if you want to go further. And I'm saying this only for this culture because we live in such a culture now where a lot of girls will sleep with dudes who do absolutely nothing for them. It's not in your best interest to try to date a girl just to sleep with her, because so many other dudes out there didn't have to do anything, for her, and they still slept with her. And what you want to do is sleep with her. Let's be real. Let's be honest. I'm not saying that like in a creepy way. I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm just being completely honest. We all know what you're trying to do. Don't be weird about it, man. What else? Yeah. So I would sleep with her first. Yeah, I would sleep with her first before you date her. I don't think it's a good idea to sit there and try to date her and then try to sleep with her. I've said that enough. Hopefully you get that. You get the reason why. Another thing, don't ask the girl out for a relationship. Don't ask her to be your girlfriend. And this is probably going to be the hardest part about this whole course. Maybe not the hardest part, but one of the hardest parts, because the whole objective of this whole course is to get you from not having a girlfriend to having a girlfriend. And here I am at the very end of the course saying, don't ask her to be your girlfriend. What I mean by that is let her ask you where you want to take the relationship. At this point, you've already been with her. You've already gone on dates with her. You've already built up some rapport with her. You guys have the chemistry. You've, at this point, slept with her. She wants to know, where are we? What are we right now? Where are we going with this? What is it? DTB? No. DTR, define the relationship. You need to define it. She wants to define the relationship. At this point, if you like her, if you really want to stick around with her, and I'm not saying be this guy who's just sleeping with the girls, using them up, whatever like that. Obviously, if you like the girl, sleep with her, whatever. At this point, you should like her. Let her ask, what are we? Then you can say, I guess we're dating or whatever. Let her kind of make that initiation. Let her be the one to want the relationship, not you. I think that puts you in a better position where you don't feel like you're coming off as needy. You don't come off as needy. You don't come off as low status. And in a weird way, you've established a frame in which she wants you more than you want her. And I think that's the best way to go about it. And it might not be true. Maybe you want her more than she wants you. But I think if she asks you to be in a relationship, it's the best case scenario for her kind of sticking around, continuing to be the high quality girl that she's hopefully demonstrated herself to be. I think it's the best case scenario. So let her ask you. Don't be the guy to ask her. That's my personal opinion. What else? I've kind of said this before. Don't be a chauffeur. Don't be a pet. I've seen a lot of guys, and I've been the victim of this myself. You like a girl, and you're basically just around as like her pet or her chauffeur. You have a car, you're driving her around all over the place. Guys in relationships are victims of this too. Don't get me wrong. But at least hopefully they're getting laid a little bit. So, maybe they're getting some like emotional validation. Maybe they're getting some needs met too, in general in their life. So I guess it's not the exact same. But especially if you're not like dating her, don't be that guy who like, whenever she wants a ride, you pick her up. Whenever she needs something, you do it. Don't be that guy. Don't be your pet. This is what I think people call being a simp. Is you doing things for her and she's not doing that much for you. It's an unfair exchange in a relationship. And when I say relationship in this case, I don't mean like dating. I mean just like a relationship between two people interacting. It's an unfair and unequal exchange. She's extracting value from you. You're not getting value from her. Don't let yourself fall into that trap. Yeah, but let's see. Kind of the last thing too. I've said this earlier. Your life should not revolve around your girl. I would say it almost should be the opposite. She should be adding value to your life. And I think the reason for this is my personal opinion. Part of it's from experience. I've never let myself fall too deep into this trap. So a lot of this is from observation. I have found that when guys, how do I put this? When a guy starts doing a lot to make the girl's life significantly better at the cost of his own, she goes up in value, he stays the same or goes down in value. And especially this happens in her eyes. So you're effectively just building her up to go to a different dude. I do believe that girls, I was going to say have hypertrophy, like muscle building. It's late. Bear with me. I do believe girls are hypergamous. I do believe girls will trade up to find a better guy. I've seen countless situations in which a girl in a relationship is talking to a dude that is better than her boyfriend, objectively better than her boyfriend, monkey branching as they call it, and she's trying to find a way into that next guy. She's trying to feel him out. I've seen it happen countless times. Don't be the guy who's building up your girl, just be taken by some other guy. I think that's stupid. I think you should be the guy. So the main reason why I say this is because if you build her up, she's not going to necessarily build you up in exchange. She might say she will. I'm not saying that some girls won't. I'm not saying a lot of girls won't. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I am saying that it's too risky to let yourself sit there, build up a girl, only for her at some point to drop you for a better guy. Does that make sense at all? Hopefully it does. It should be the opposite, because chances are you're not going to leave her. If you chose her because she's very valuable, why would you leave her? There's no point. Chances are you're going to stick with her. If your life improves, her life improves too. So it's better for both of you. She's helping you build yourself up. It doesn't necessarily work the other way around. If you build her up, there's a higher chance she might leave you, because she's going to start seeing you as low status, low quality, low value. And she's going to go for the guy who's higher status, higher value, higher quality. Does that make sense? So basically, don't give your girl away to other men. Is basically the point I'm trying to make. Let her help build you up. You don't need to sit there and try to build her up. I know it sounds good. I know it sounds like you're being romantic. You're being a good boyfriend. I'm not saying you can't help her at all. I'm not saying you can't do some things for her. Don't get me wrong. Like, obviously, she has stuff she's working on. Don't be a dick. Help her out to some degree. Help build her up. The point I'm making is that I've seen some dudes where, like, the girl wants to do this. She wants to go on vacation. She wants help with the career. She needs help with this. She needs help with this. She needs help with this. And the guy spends like 99% of his time helping her. He does nothing for himself. He doesn't build himself up. He's not building up in his career. He's not building up his finances. He's not building himself up physically, mentally. He's not even really doing that much in the relationship. He's not adding spice to it. He's not doing that much at all. He's just building her up, making her life happy in exchange for his own. And eventually she finds him boring. She finds him low status. She finds him a fucking loser, and she leaves. And she gets another guy. So don't let yourself fall into that trap. Like I said, I've never really fallen into that trap. I don't let it get that far. Like, people who know me will tell you, if I feel like I'm being used by a girl at any point, if I feel like she's trying to get me to do more for her than she's willing to do for me, I cut it off quick. I cut it off quick. It doesn't matter how long I've known her. It doesn't matter who she is. She can be the hottest girl in the world. She can be a 20 out of 10. I don't fucking care. I'll cut it off quick. So I say you should do the same. Trust me. I've seen too many dudes get steamrolled and get like hurt by them spending countless time boosting up their girl only for some other guy who's got more money, more status, more clout, whatever, to take her away. It's not worth it, man. And it doesn't really do much for the relationship except destroy it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So, closing thoughts. If you've done all this stuff, if you've taken all this in, by the time you finish, you should have a girlfriend by now. The video's done. Where's your girlfriend? I should tell her I said what's up. Tell her I said what's up. My name's Leviticus Rich. You should have a girlfriend right now. That's all I gotta say. If you follow the steps, if you've listened to everything, if you've taken notes, you should have a girlfriend by now. Like I said, in all seriousness, I know the video is a bit all over the place. Like I said, this is pretty much all done in one take. It's been like 3 hours. Yeah, like 3 hours at this point. It's 2:18 right now where I'm at. It's 2:18. It's been about 3 hours of me shooting this. I've been talking straight for like 7 hours so far today. So my brain is shot. I need food at 2 a.m. I need some late night munchies. Hope you get a lot of value out of this course, though. And honestly, let me know if you get a lot of value out of this course. Please leave a comment below. It helps with the algorithm. Please leave a like if you liked the video. Leave a dislike if you didn't like it, because I need the feedback. I need to know if this video was actually trash. If it is trash, I might just delete it and redo it, or I might just delete it and not redo it, and you guys get nothing. But it's good to get feedback. It lets me know what people like and what people want more of, so I can add more value. Like I said, I'm not a dating coach. I'm not a dating guru. I'm not a red pill guy. I have gone on lots of dates. I personally feel like I've learned some game. I participated in the pickup world for a bit, so I feel like I have something to contribute, something that people might not know. But yeah, that's the video. My name is Leviticus Rich. Hope you enjoyed the video. Leave a like, leave a comment, share the video if you liked it, subscribe to the channel. Hope to see you in future videos. Peace out.